अभी चाय चल रहा है। तो 1 बजे लंच ब्रेक था, 1 बजे लंच होना था,
चाय हो गया,
अभी चाय चल रहा है, तो इसका मतलब लंच अभी होगा नहीं।
लंच भी करेंगे 2 बजे।
मेरा सेशन है 4 बजे, होगा नहीं।
Neighbor. Raise the questions and give their suggestions for each apex body respectively. Program. Now, Dr. Jagannath Ratnayake to felicitate our chairperson, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President EIU and Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Ghana. With a cutout. Thank you. Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU and East Jadavpur University, to present Professor G.D. Sharma in the open. Thank you. Professor Honorable Vice Chancellor, IFA University, to present Kada to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU. I would also like to request Professor Suranjan Das to present Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Thank you. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, IFA University, to present Kada to Shri G. Upadhyay, IAS. I would also like to request Professor Suranjan Das to present Shri G. Upadhyay with token of respect. Moving forward, I once again request our Honorable Vice Chancellor of the United Association Renata Award. I would also like to request Professor Suranjan Das to present Shri Renata Award with a token of respect. Thank you. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Jagannath Ratnayake and Professor Suranjan Das. And now it's a pleasure that I introduce to you the chairperson for this session, Professor G. Sharma. Professor G. Sharma is the Vice President of the Association of Indian Universities and Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Bihar. A very seasoned academic of the country, Professor Sharma has many important positions. Apart from being Vice Chancellor at the University of Science and last 2 years. He's a fellow employee of the Science of London and INSA under an exchange program. He's conferred with Dr. Narasimhan Medal award by Indian Phytopathology Society, Rashtriya Ratna award by International Study Center, TEEC award by Confederation of Indian Universities, and many more. We welcome you, sir. I take the privilege of extending a warm welcome to co-chairs of Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of India, There are joined the IAS and officer and district collector. There are also works as deputy and joint secretary in the Department of Rural Development, Finance and Planning. Currently serves as the Principal Chief Investment Advisor in Government. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to introduce our speaker today, Sri Mrinal Kumar. Sri Mrinal Kumar, Regional Officer of AIC, comprising of as Jharkhand, West Bengal, Orissa, Andaman and Nicobar, and the 8th Northeast state, along with a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Victoria University and MBA in operations management. He also has a master's degree in geology. We welcome you, sir. I now take introduce our next speaker of the session, Dr. B.S. Ponduji-Raj, who is present with us online. Dr. B.S. Ponduji-Raj is advisor. He taught at Christ College, Bangalore, and Loyola College, Kerala. His special interests are training assessments for quality assurance and quality literacy. He published reports on higher education in specific areas. We welcome you, sir. I now introduce our next speaker of the session, Dr. Prashant P. Parmar. Dr. Prashant Prabhakar Parmar is Deputy Advisor of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore. He acts as the chairman of the Board and studies metallurgical engineering, RCM, Nagpur University, and is also a member of Faculty of Science and Technology, RCM, Nagpur University. We welcome you to the session, sir. Finally, I would like to introduce our final speaker of the session, Dr. Seema Jaggi, ICER. She is the Assistant Director General, Human Resource Development, Agricultural Education Division, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, since April 2021. We welcome you, ma'am. On behalf of AIU and Edinburgh University, we thank and welcome all participants. Before we start the session, there is a small announcement to make. We have provided a recommendation sheet to everyone present here, wherein all the dignitaries are requested to write a recommendation in order to draft the proceedings of the meeting. The recommendation sheets will be collected at the end of the session. I now request the chairperson, Professor G.D. Sharma, to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for giving the brief about each speaker's co-chair and also starting the session. I take this opportunity to welcome all the Honorable Vice Chancellors, our co-chairpersons, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, co-chairperson Shri G.P. Upadhyay, Principal Chief Investment Advisor, Government of Sikkim, and four speakers, Shri Mrinal Kumar ji, Dr. B.S. Ponduji-Raj ji, Dr. Prashant P. Parmar ji, and Dr. Seema Jaggi ji from ICER. Since we have already more than 1 hour and 15 minutes behind the schedule, I would like to request all the speakers not to take more than 10 minutes because in our inaugural session, number of things have already been explained and elaborated related to the pedagogies and technologies and very thought-provoking lectures by our President AIU, Honorable Governor, Honorable Education Ministers and other experts. They have already delivered. So I now request Shri Mrinal Kumar ji, Regional Officer and Assistant Director at KICT, to kindly highlight his of lecture related to this topic. Thank you. Honorable Lecturer, Professor, and co-chair, budget. Today, in this interactive session, between the bodies like all Indian Council for Technical Education and educators are present over here. I would like to discuss some of the schemes that have been taken up by all Indian Council for Technical Education this long and in the recent times. Before moving on the schemes and initiatives, I would like to have a glimpse of all India Council for Technical Education. As all of you might be knowing that all India Council for Technical Education is a statutory body of the government of India, which comes under Ministry of Education, and which basically emphasizes on developing high quality institutions, academic aspects in
Dr. Birla, just a second. See, this session is basically designed so that people know you is the ICT everything.
Okay, I will
So what we want is that whatever new you have done, sometimes they don't come to know whatever new has been happening in etc. So whatever new is coming up in AICT so that they can take advantage of those schemes or any new regulation or policy decision.
okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just moving forward. The first one is the scheme that has been initiated for technical cooperative. In November 2020, last month, from President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji have unleashed the e-boom portal. Here, the main theme of this portal is the Indian language books that have been provided, and 12 languages of in Indian languages you can go and there and can download it. So the method emphasis of the national education policy was to encourage mother tongue so as to enhance creativity thinking among the students. In alignment with the above provisions of the national education policy, the technical writing scheme has been initiated by All India Council for Technical Education. And as per the scheme, the translators are being given ₹1 lakh for per translation of a book. And just for the next year, we are going to give ₹1 per word in a further translation work. Next is Farad. The Farad scheme has been designed for self-assessment of learning outcomes of the students. It's a 21st century life skills that have been acquired by the students can be utilized. The main objective of the performance assessment review and analysis of knowledge that is Farad is to promote creative learning instead of learning out. It will monitor, learn, and access all recognized schools and institutes across India. Farad will be setting norms, standards, and guidelines for student assessment and evaluation for all recognized school boards of India, encouraging and helping school boards to shift their assessment patterns towards meeting the skill requirements of the 21st century. Next please. You might be knowing about the Smart India pattern that has been taken by All India Council for Technical Education. It promotes the innovative idea of the students. The Smart India Academic pattern has been taken up by AICT since 2017, and since then we have run over 4 Smart India Academies, and this year also we have come up with a new concept of Smart India Academy, which has been completed during the month of November. As per the SIS, as per this scheme and the initiative, SIS Junior can be utilized by students of schools who are going from class 6 to 12, and SIS Junior can be the regular students of higher education institutions who are pursuing graduate, postgraduate, and PhD degree. Also, you might be knowing about the Atal Academy's Faculty Development Program. Atal Academy Faculty Development Program is designed to facilitate the faculties in order they can be more creative in their teaching to the students. And during COVID time also, the Atal Academy was not of any cost continued, and it provided 1,000 FTP programs. During this year, 2022, we had which providing rupees 3 lakh for MTV program. Next is the Prime Minister Special Scholarship Scheme. As you might be knowing that so the students of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh are lagging behind the mainstream students of the country. So with this, the Prime Minister of India have conceptualized that the students of the Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh will be given some privilege, that is providing scholarships so that they can be more eligible and they can compete with the other students of the country and be more focused on it. So in that also, as it is giving the scholarship scheme to the students, that is rupees 1.25 lakhs per academic year and the maintenance charges of rupees 1 lakh. Next one, please. Next is the AICT's Idea Lab scheme. This is the initiative being taken by the AICT in providing institutions of infrastructure in the mode of providing setting up of labs. As per this scheme, next slide please. As per this scheme, AICT will be providing 50% of the infrastructure amount that will be used for construction of this lab. As per AICT, the labs will be built up with rupees not less than rupees 110 lakhs, and out of this 55 lakh will be provided by. As part of AICT, as part of this scheme, AICT has funded more than 60 Idea Labs till now. Next scheme is also under institutional development program of AICT, which is the CAFE scheme. In this, AICT is providing fund for development of infrastructure like hostels of the institutes. And in this scheme, the limit of funding from AICT is for construction of hostel is rupees 3 crore, establishment of gym is rupees 5 lakh, establishment of indoor sports club is 10 lakh, establishment of library for application of desk for complete exam is rupees 10 lakh. As part of this scheme, AICT have funded one new hostel in Northeast region, that is in from area of Limanpur, and the hostel will be coming up during this year. I'll be cutting short this presentation and I will be thanking you all for your patient hearing. Thank you.
The question to AICT you can pose to him after all the presentations are over. So the purpose is that if you have any queries in your mind with regard to any regulatory authority, they can be addressed then.
Thank you very much. And only my request is that those schemes which have been announced as a new regulation of the ICT, relation to NEP 2020. Earlier schemes are already known. So kindly make sure that these are sent to each university. General university also, because technical university they are getting, but our purpose is to bring all together now. So kindly just in one place, that what are the new initiatives? Just new initiatives. Thank you very much. Now we have 3 speakers who have been waiting for long, leaving their lunch also, but I can see Dr. B.S. Ponmuduras, very senior advisor, NEC, who is there online, my great friend. He has been taking a lot of interest to improve the quality of higher education in our country through interactions and deliberations, and also giving some of those points that how continuously the quality of education can maintain, enhanced in our country. So I have honor to request Dr. B.S. Ponmuduras sir to highlight the points which will help in further enhancement of quality of education using this pedagogy and technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, the Honorable Chair of the session. and Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Midhil, our Secretary General AU, and our President and the past President and people online, ladies and gentlemen. And both of us have a presentation. Professor Prashant will do less than 6-7 minutes. He will cut short it. I'll just give an introduction and I'll give it to Dr. Prashant, my colleague, Deputy Advisor. The recent trends in the National Assessment Accreditation Council is, you could have, we have publicized, we have disclosed the benchmarks for the affiliated colleges. The major chunk of higher education in
Recording
India.
in progress.
So it is on the website for feedback from 1st January 2023 onwards. And the recent manual for the affiliated colleges, along with templates, is also available for public feedback, and it is hosted on the website. My second is, slowly on a phased manner, we are putting the university's revised manual and the revised benchmarks very soon on the website for public. So give comments and we'll finalize it and we'll open it for public so that you all will know where do you stand for 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 marks by the data validation verification of the quantitative metrics. This is one of the very recent initiatives. In addition to that, in the profile of all the manuals, 14 different manuals, we have the electoral literacy by the Election Commission of India has requested we have put on the profile. Is there an electoral literacy clubs this question has been asked, along with the NEP, along with NAD, and also with the ABC. So this is, you should have noticed in all the manuals it is there. And I'll take up question answers later. Over to Dr. Prashant for this short presentation. Dr. Prashant, please.
Thank you, Purmandira sir. Let me allow you to share my screen. Quickly, I will move. Honorable Professor J.D. Sharma ji, Vice President AIU, and Vice Chancellor of USTM Meghalaya and Chairperson of this session, respected Dr. Mrs. Pankaja Mittal Madam, Secretary General AIU, co-chair of this particular session. As far as quality, I will start with this quickly. Quality is never an accident. It always results of high intention, sincere efforts, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. And NAAC has a mandate that to make quality assurance as an integral part of functioning of higher education institutions and to motivate them to build a strong quality culture within. With this, we have a vision. And because all of you know that India is the very largest and diversified education system in the world, and interplay between the democratization of education and emergence of knowledge society and globalization influences the educational process in all the societies. Privatization, widespread expansion, and increased autonomy has no doubt increased the access to the higher education, but it has led to serious concern on the quality and relevance of higher education. And therefore, in the mandate itself, in our vision, we state that to make quality the defining element of higher education of India through combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiatives. And this is entirely based on the value framework. All of you know that entire education system is very dynamic, and there is a significant influence of technology, then privatization, globalization. And therefore, we have to come out with such value framework which can sustain, which can absorb all these external pressures. So we have these 5 value frameworks. I will say it is the Pancha Mahabhuta of NAAC, on the basis of which we are developed this revised accreditation framework, which comprises of contributing to the national development, fostering the global competencies among the students, inculcating a value system in the students, promoting the use of technology, and quest of excellence amongst the institutions. They always thirst for increasing the quest in terms of development of benchmark of excellence, in terms of use of best practices and measures of institutionalization of continuous improvement system, what we talk in terms of IQAC cell in the institution itself. As a result of this, I can tell you in overall India, there are right now more than 12,000 of IQAC cells are functioning and promoting and sustaining the quality initiatives in their institutions. Just to tell you just about what are the modifications which are going on at NAC, recently we have modified our manual for affiliated and constituent college. Earlier, there are 93 and 96 matrix in the affiliated and constituent colleges, which has been now significantly reduced down to 55, and it has significantly reduced down the burden of the HEI and documentation which they're supposed to give. The next thing which I want to share with you right now, up to 29th November 2022, the total number of accreditations, including first cycle, second cycle, third cycle, and fourth cycle, are 15,300, out of which 772 are universities, including all the cycles. As far as the East states of India is concerned, total number of accreditation right now are 2,189. Out of that, 115 are university accreditation, including all the cycles. Let us move directly to the recent initiatives which have taken by NAC to strengthen the accreditation system. We have revised not less than 6 to 7 times the various manuals which we are using now. So exclusive and specialized manuals are there. We have introduced SSR mock test. Then we have integrated NEP 2020 guidelines in A&E process. There is a new Margadarshan mentor-mentee scheme that has been launched. We have initiated the hand-holding programs in the various states, and already we have initiated the electoral literacy in the manual, and as well as AQAR, which are being submitted by the institutions. There are significant demand. There is a feedback to reduce the degree and magnitude of the hardship which is faced by the stakeholders while filling their SSR. And similarly, there is the guidelines from the Ministry of Education and University Grant Commission to go for ease of doing accreditation of higher education. Accordingly, there are a series of consultations, consultative meetings, expert group meetings, which comprises of eminent academicians from the universities and colleges. Similarly, we have seek the feedback from the stakeholders, and we have come out with these revised manuals and successfully launched them. Just to tell you, already I have told you, from the 1st June 2022, we have launched a revised manual of affiliated and constituent colleges, common for UG and PG, which comprises of only 55 numbers of matrix. Similarly, is the case, we are in process of rationalization and simplification of autonomous and university manual. Almost initial work, almost we are in threshold of putting it into the public. Maybe in the next month, this simplified version of autonomous and university manual is likely to come. There also, we have reduced the number of matrix to some extent. Then recently, to make the things easy, because whenever the HEIs are referring to the manual as well as to the standard operating procedures and templates, they are in what kind of documentation is to be supposed to be placed. So now in the manual itself, we are specifying the specific document which is to be provided by HEI in the metric itself. And just now, as told by my senior colleague, that we have disclosed the benchmark for affiliated and constituent manual. And yesterday itself, the last date of feedback was there. So we have received the feedback. On the basis of that feedbacks, now the benchmark will be finalized, and that will be effective from the 1st January 2023. So benchmark will be available to all the HEIs, particularly for affiliated and constituent colleges, and that will be implemented from 1st January 2023. So now there is no that they don't know that how much is to be scored. For example, number of papers to be published, when they will get 0, when they will get 4. So the road map is ready with them. The kind of concentrated efforts which they have to do, they will realize those things, and accordingly they will proceed towards getting that. So benchmarks, the demand from all over is now been recognized, and it has been implemented. As far as our manuals are considered, all the manuals are translated in Hindi as well as in English, so that whatever the Hindi belt region we have, they should be able to understand that effectively. I am very happy to tell you over here that all the portal of the NAC is translated into 16 Indian languages. It is available in 16 Indian languages, and therefore they are available, and whatever the areas we have as per the language, they can go through that and they can understand the A&A process by going through that. We have also rationalized the standard operating procedures. There is a demand that they are very cumbersome. We are not understanding what is to be provided, what kind of document is to be given. So with the series of discussions, debates, and meetings, we have tried to rationalize the SOPs, and for all the manuals, these SOPs are available on the NAAC website. So apart from regular manuals like autonomous manual, affiliated manuals, and university manual, NAAC has also developed this, as per the specialty of the program, the specialized manual like health science institutions or Sanskrit institutions or teacher educational institutions. Such manuals are developed as per the specialty of that particular program. Almost more than 15 manuals are available on the NAAC website. Similarly, we have now recently launched the SSR mock test. The SSR mock test is launched for the benefit of colleges. Those are coming first time for the accreditation. So they should have a feeling how to fill the SSR, what kind of different difficulties they will face by filling the SSR. It is just a mock type of thing, and accordingly they can get the result performance of their quantitative matrix by this SSR mock test. This SSR mock test user manual is already uploaded on NAAC website, and any HEI can use of it just to understand the process of SSR filling and analyze their performance of quantitative matrix. Similarly, to come out with the accreditation to bring all the aspirant HEIs in the fold of NAAC accreditation as desired by NEP, we have going for hand-holding and mentoring of HEI through Margadarshan scheme, what we talk of mentor-mentee scheme. So this will improve the overall quality of higher education. It will help to mentor the non-accredited HEI. The most importantly, this will help to tap the regional potential. Through the regional language, these people, these mentor will contact the mentee HEIs, and they will give the guidance for preparation of SSR, for filling of IIQs and so on. And this will enable the government, rural and other HEIs to volunteer the accreditation. The eligibility for this is mentor. For becoming a mentor, we want the institution, higher education institution, who has already underwent the subsequent cycle of accreditation and has scored in RAF minimum A grade, they can become the mentor, and any eligible HEI as per the NAAC guidelines aspiring for accreditation can become mentee. We have, as per the NEP, we have integrated our SSR, particularly in institute profile, and as well as in AQAR. We have put this question in the profile of HER, where we are asking the institute regarding what kind of preparations they have done for these aspects, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary aspect. What kind of plan they have to transform into a holistic multidisciplinary institutions. Whether they have registered for academic bank of credit or not. What the institutions are doing for the skill development. Whether the institution has made any efforts to strengthen the vocational education. Whether the institution is providing value-based education to inculcate positivity among the students. Appropriate integration of Indian knowledge system. What strategies, what we are doing for integration of Indian knowledge system into the teaching, whether the institute is taking plans to train its teachers to teach in the bilanguage, that is whatever the bilingual mode. So such questions are there. Focus on outcome-based education, then distance and online education. So these are some of the areas on which the questions are given, and with respect to that, HEI gives their feedback during the submission of SSR and AQAR. Similarly, we have started hand-holding programs in various states. This is again in line with NEP. We have made interaction. We have held a series of meetings with the higher education departments, with the directorate, with the SLKC officials and university IQAC chairmen. And through these meetings, we have decided in their states how and where the hand-holding activities can be carried out, so that the institutions, non-accrediting institutions, those are not in the purview, we should handhold them and we can bring them in the ambit of A&E process. So already these hand-holding activities are started and they will be completely planned in the next 2023 as per the states, and it will be conducted accordingly. Similarly, we have added again in the SSR as well as in AQAR the initiatives for the electoral literacy. That is where we are asking the questions whether we have electoral literacy club, because as per the commissioner of election commissioner, or what are the instructions from them, we have incorporated them that this cell must be functional. Students, maximum voters in India, they are the youth and they are in the institutions. They should enroll themselves as a voter. What HIs are doing for that, how HI is also helping them, using them, in fact, those students for electoral literacy in the various parts of the India. That what is the question which is there in the institutional initiatives for the electoral literacy. So these are some of the recent initiatives which we have taken. Apart from that, earlier already we have taken the initiatives like we have strengthened our ICT. We have conducted series of national webinars across the country. We have conducted online orientation program for the DVA partners. There is a NAAC documentary on the website. NAAC sponsored seminars we are conducting. NAAC video tutorials are there to help the students, to make the stakeholders aware regarding the A&E process. So these are all initiatives which we have taken by the NAAC. I thank you very much to give me this opportunity to, in this particular session, to talk regarding the initiatives of the NAAC. I will again just over to Purmadraj sir, if anything you want to add from your side. Thank you very much.
Anyone ask a question? Yeah.
Yes, we are going to. Yes, we are going to. So, thank you very much, Dr. P.S. Purmadraj sir and Dr. Shanti Prabhat sir, for very elaborative presentation, and a number of new initiatives have been taken by NAAC under the directorship of the Professor S.C. Sharma sir, and also a new communication always we all are getting. So thank you very much for your presentation. Now I have another speaker, Dr. Seema Jaggi, Madam, ADG ICR, to kindly highlight those points which are relevant to this pedagogy and technology. Not giving details about the ICR and other things, I think that would be better. Because we are having other donor meetings, and in one donor meeting we have also learned about a number of initiatives taken by the ICR. So kindly give those initiatives which are relevant to this donor meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman sir. Good afternoon to all, and namaskar from my side. First of all, I would like to thank for giving us this opportunity. To all the organizers, I would like to thank. And I would like to briefly present what is the strategy for improving the agricultural higher education in India with respect to the new education policy 2020. So when we talk about the agricultural universities, we have total 74 agricultural universities spread across the different states of the country and covering the different domains. We have the crop sciences university, we have the veterinary, horticulture, fisheries, and so on. And all these universities are covering about 12 UG subjects, about 95 PG subjects, and 80 subjects in which the students are doing their doctoral programs. So the distinguishing feature of the course curriculum with respect to the agriculture courses is that the students are given the opportunity for the skill development, and that is the one important feature is the student ready program. That is the Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana. And this was launched by our Honorable Prime Minister in the year 2016. And this is which is already continuing since then. And all the UG students, we already have the UG of 4 years. The BSc in agriculture is of 4 years, with last year is for the RAVE program, that is the Rural Awareness Work Experience program. So the student undertake this activity in the final year of the course curriculum. And besides this, we have time to time introduced many new topics, many new courses in this, like we have introduced the course on precision farming, the protected cultivation, horticulture, and recently the Prime Minister was emphasizing on natural farming. So we are already in the process of formulating a course, a BSc Agriculture in natural farming, for which the syllabus and everything is being framed. And very soon, maybe in the next academic year, we'll be coming out with a course on natural farming also. Then we have also initiated some new degree programs on, say, sericulture, food nutrition, and we have made ICT course as compulsory course for all the students. And then some area specific courses, like for we have the course on for the coastal agriculture and for the hill agriculture, specific to a region specific, we introduce the courses. So the strategy which we are going to follow, and some of the points are already in the process. The first one is improving the course curriculum relevancy and flexibility adhering to the new education policy. And when we talk about the UG program, we have already set up a Dean's Committee, which is the 6th Dean's Committee, which looks after the entire course curriculum of the UG program. So in this, as per the NEP, the multiple exit and entry options are being seen. And then a certificate program after 1 year, a diploma program after 2 years, this all, and the multidisciplinary approach in the 4 years degree program. This is being finalized, and it is almost in the final stage. The draft report of the committee is already with us, and it will be very soon it will be approved, and it will be maybe from the next year it will be implemented. Then for the PG programs, we have another committee which we call it as Broad Subject Matter Area Committee that finalize the PG programs. In this program also, now we are going for the interdisciplinary approach in the selection of courses for the students. And then we are introducing the teaching assistantship for the students. Then registration for project personnel, say SRF-RA for the PhD program. And this is an important one, that is internship during master's program. So one program called as IDEA, Internship for Development of Entrepreneurship in Agriculture. This is going to be introduced for the PG students. And we have already framed the implementation strategy for new education policy in agricultural education system. This document is already ready, in which the timelines have been given, and this have been circulated to all the agriculture universities with the timeline that by this time they have to start working on this aspect. And then the two important things which I would like to mention here is agri incubation centers. Some of the universities have already started the agri incubation centers on different topics, maybe in food technology or some other topics. They have already started working. The incubatees are coming, they are being incubated in that centers. Then we are also having an agri-tourism aspect in some of the 2-3 universities have already started it, but our focus is to start on agri-tourism to attract students towards the agriculture field. Then the second strategy is the implementation of NEP, where we have already set the deadlines by 22-23. We'll be going with this, the relaxation in the residential requirements. As of now, we have the residential requirement as mandatory for all the students. We are going to relax that. Then we are going with the compliance of the academic bank of credits, and we are going to increase the seats because the gross enrollment ratio is very low right now with respect to the agriculture education. So in order to increase that, we are going to increase at least 10% seats starting from the coming year, that is this year. We have already increased those seats, and we are in the process of admitting the students. And then by 2030, we are trying to convert all the agriculture universities. We are trying to make them as multidisciplinary, standalone agricultural universities. And then we are going to integrate professional and vocational education. We'll introduce some vocational courses in this. And then in the long run, maybe by 2035, as per the NEP, the affiliation system has to be phased out and several colleges offering UG courses existed. And we need to integrate all those public and private colleges which are working on the agriculture domain. Then the strategy 3 is bringing resilience in agriculture education system, that is RAISE. And this is with ever-growing macro complexities impacting delivery of education. So we have to go, especially when we saw the COVID-19 situation. So it was very important to have.
You can rest sometime, please.
Yes, yes. So when I were talking about digital education, so digital infrastructure, we have already in the process of creating the digital infrastructure, then the digital course content, and then the digital capacity building. So this is already in process, and very soon we are going to implement this process. And this is how we are going to restructure. I think I'll skip this part. This is the syllabus. This also I will skip. Then the career opportunities for the students who pass out from the agriculture side. These are some of the agriculture where they can be absorbed. Like if they are from the agriculture, they can go to the industries, they can go to the government organizations, and then from the veterinary science, they go to the animal health, feed and nutrition based organizations. So these are some of the avenues where an agriculture graduate can offer. This is another important program, that is PARTH, Primary Agricultural Rural Trained Human Resource. In this, what we have is our students will train the rural youth students. In this, the beneficiaries will be both the rural youth as well as the students of the agricultural universities. It's a type of blended learning which we are going to take up. And this is the how to attract the students to the agriculture education. We already conduct an all India entrance examination, and over the years, the number of students appearing is increasing. And maybe from the next year onwards, we may go for joining the CUET. Right now, we are doing a separate exam, but next year onward, we may join CUET for the admission to our UG, PG and PhD exams. And when we talk about the NEP, holistic development is one part. So in order to cater this, we have already signed an MOU with the Heartfulness Education Trust for cooperation in agriculture, research and education. And the Heartfulness Education Trust will organize various programs related to skills, wellness, meditation, yoga, socio-emotional learning, which is an important aspect with respect to the new education policy. So I think that is what I wanted to share. Globalization is another important aspect in which we are working. And this is just some snapshots of the experiential learning and the skill development program which our students undertake during their UG and PG programs. That's all. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. And now we have our two co-chairs. I will request Shri G.P. Upadhyay, Principal Chief Secretary, Investment Advisor, Government of Sikkim, to share his views.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'll not take more than 5 minutes, I promise. Because I can see the faces very gloomy, engaged in their phones. So this is a sign of the speakers not being able to, and I mean, make you indulge or make you listen to what they were saying. And we are talking about pedagogy. So I think the first lesson that I have got today in the morning is that when you speak, you should ensure that people should listen. And not to listen, not to see their phones or whatever. So I'll just share about my experience of pedagogy, which I have had in my own education. Since I have had the benefit of going to some prominent institutions around the world, I'll just tell you how I was taught, and I'll close at that point. In the schools, of course, we were in a very remote area of UP, and it was Hindi medium government school. Nothing much to talk about, except that the teachers were fantastic, especially science and mathematics. And they were able to ensure that each and every child in the class is able to understand the concept. I mean, engage the attention of the child. And we learned picked up science and maths, which took us to every part of the world. We were not very good in English and all, but the science and maths education which we got made me qualify for IIT and thereafter IAS and all that. So then I went to IIT Roorkee. IIT Roorkee used to be University of Roorkee. University of Roorkee, where there was a very structured way of teaching. They were teaching us one-way communication. Lecture was being given, and then of course a tutorial was given at the end of the lecture. Next day, so not next day, but after 3 days or 4 days or whatever, I don't recall, we used to submit the answers, and we used to go home and on the library. In those days, we didn't have internet, so and write the answers and submit. Then after the Roorkee, I went to Delhi IIT for my MTech, and there was a very big difference in Delhi IIT vis-a-vis IIT Roorkee in those days of University of Roorkee. The professors in Delhi IIT, they were just not bothered about what somebody is doing, what somebody is wearing, whether somebody is looking at the class, at the blackboard or whiteboard or whatever. They came, they taught, and they went. And thereafter, you were supposed to learn on your own. Of course, it was PG also, but then, as far as class participation is concerned, it was not much in Roorkee at all. But of course, in IIT, it was a bit, little more than Roorkee. Then I had the opportunity of going to Singapore and also US in two prominent universities for my masters. I did my masters in public management, public policy, from National University of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and one semester of that course was in Kennedy School of Government, Harvard. So we had the privilege of attending one semester in Kennedy School, and of course 2 semesters in Singapore. And the most stark difference in Singapore and US, which I found vis-a-vis Indian universities, was the number of international participants, the number of international students in the class, and also the number of eminent speakers from different walks of life. For example, the president of Singapore came, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew himself came to address us because it was named after him, the first school or the first publicly funded institution named after him. And these 1 hour seminars or talks by different eminent people from different walks of life was so engaging and so useful. I cannot tell you. More than the classroom learning, we learned from these seminars and also from our fellow participants, some from Malaysia, some from India, some from Thailand, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and all that. And in Kennedy School, the teacher used to, the PG course, he or she, they used to teach only for 15 minutes. Just basic concepts they will mention, and then they will ask you to discuss. They will take names, yes, Mr. Upadhyaya, whatever. Just tell me your views about this. And again, it was more international because Singapore was more Southeast Asian and South Asian focused. US was truly global. So now the question arises that it was immensely useful because you have to go prepared in the class. So the point I am trying to make is that in Indian University, the Indian education system, which I have seen very closely because I have been the education secretary for a very long time, and I saw private institutes growing here, government schools, government colleges, is that why do we have such less percentage of students from abroad coming to India for higher education? I feel India offers good universities, very cheap cost of living as compared to other distant countries, and very good, very talented, distinguished people who are teaching here. But then people are not coming the numbers that we would like to see them coming. The reasons are not very fast to see. It is not also only because of the university. I think when I think about this problem, in one high-level meeting of MHRD, the then MHRD, I mentioned that this kind of less attendance, less participation of international students is also because of the quality of living which we are offering in our cities or in our country as a whole. Are we really able to attract students? Because when we go to Singapore or US or wherever, we are excited that we'll go to a country, we'll have a good life, it will be easy and comfortable, easy and convenient life. things are not difficult to find out, public transport is good, this is. So here are we lacking in those things? Are we not able to offer the kind of civic life which they aspire or desire, or is there any discrimination against the students who are coming from outside? So we have to think about these points very seriously. Because the rating of universities in India being low is also because of the reason that there are very less international students. So I leave you with these thoughts on pedagogy and about our, the point I'm trying to underscore is that the more the diversity of the class, the better is the learning for the student. I mean, I have picked up my learning mostly from my peer group, which came from different backgrounds, different races, different countries, different walks of life, and that was immensely useful, which learned me to be multicultural and also learn so many things which otherwise I would not have picked up from that class. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Balaji. Very focused messages and also very, very particularly giving the opportunity to the students. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Madam Secretary General, to share her views.
A very good morning to all of you. The session was for interaction with regulatory bodies. So I will devote my time to interaction rather than. So we have with us the ICT, we have with us NAC and the ICR. So if you have any questions, any of them, with regard to say implementation of any scheme, organization, regarding regulation or any policy, so you can ask the question because most of the sessions we have seen, there are a number of questions from NAC. But here we are in front of you, the session is basically for interaction. So please, welcome with the questions.
I'm our sports university, and we have been told to implement NEP from 2020 onward. Now we are in a dilemma because ours is a teacher education institution, and it is governed by the NCT regulations. And the NCT has not come out so far with the 4-year program in physical education, although they have launched this BA, BEd, and the BSc, BEd from BEd. But the UGC has proposed 2 programs of undergraduate. One is the BSc Health Science, Health and Physical Education, which is running in the Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences in Delhi. The another is the BPS, Bachelor of Physical Education and Sports. Now the question is, what should we do? Because once we start this 4-year program, that will not be a teacher education program. And I heard you have to wait. We applied for NPA NCT, and we got a letter from NCT that we are not giving any application to any of the institution for NPA program, and we are still waiting for 4-year program for in the physical education. Now the problem is, if we go for the BSc physical education 4-year health and physical education, they will not be eligible for the teachers at the school. And then again, they have to come for the BA 2 years program. So should we wait for this or should we go for this 4-year of the UGC?
But as far as I know, when I was working with see, there were 2 programs, BPS and BPS 4 years. So both are there, and there was one BPS 1 year also for rapid graduation. And they were in 4 years. So I suppose because ICT, UGC and NCT are going to merge, so you will have to wait for some time to find out, or maybe the UGC can tell you. So we will find out from UGC and get back to everyone.
This as well, and they say on the same thing. And this one they have not the BPS. BPS 4-year is a education program, and that is also by the NCT.
So now that under Haki all 3, so just wait for some time.
My question is to Dr. Yashi. You mentioned that course is going to it's only for NIT, IIT or university. Universities will also apply for this.
Yes, sir. If they have the approval of the
Yes.
university, then they can.
Yeah, there are 5 departments which are for the nation.
I have a question for Mr. Kanwar. We have been giving this thing some translation rates initiative, financial initiatives. So ours is a technical university. We are developing e-translation and transliteration using AI and IoT. So can you this thing give some extend your financial initiative to those e-softwares instead of the word-to-word translation or the software development or the interpreters who are doing it or the startups who are doing it? Do you have any schemes or are you planning for some schemes or can you extend those schemes which is related revealing now?
But the thing is that, right, as of now, we don't have such type of schemes, but we are going for schemes in a short while. As for now, we are giving only for translation of the English medium conversion of two studies into languages, and it will be per word basis, that is rupees 1 per word. But we are not using technology for the same right now, but we are planning to go ahead with this technology as we have mentioned.
Yes, sir, yes.
You're adding up. You're adding up. You want to add that?
Those are something else.
Why?
They don't add.
Since this thing you're talking about what only the translation. The thing, since translation, because NEP 2050 there is a mandate for the translation teaching in the local languages. Suppose like Manipur has 34 local languages which is recognized by the state. This is a big problem for translation. So without any e-translation apps or any scheme, this thing, we cannot do it. I don't think so. So can AICTE and some technical university develop those softwares for different languages, e-translation and e-transliteration using AI and IoT, because word to word does not match with this thing, local language translation.
Thank you for this suggestion. We'll be going ahead, we have rightly said, that is very much required, the software will be required. As far as like word to word translation, we talk for a single person. We have to use the help of the technology. That's right. We'll be moving ahead as per your suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks. This question is for Shant and Pramod sir. So you talk about that mentor-mentee scheme. You are the part of the university eligible. We have just started the process of IPSA. Are we eligible for that? How much time will it take for our mentors? We apply now.
Shall I?
Yes, sir, please.
So the hand-holding and mentor-mentee scheme existed from the beginning. But as a scheme, as a recent scheme, what we have is called Margadarshan. There is some primary conditions for the universities and colleges who are should be eligible to enroll on our website to be a mentor and for the mentee also. And there are some financial incentives is also mentioned. You can go through our website. We can push the link to the AAU also for all the universities and colleges.
Nice, sir. How much time will it take us to apply?
Thank you.
No, sir, what is the time lag? Someone's registration application and allotment, how much time will it take for getting a mentor for Margadarshan?
So we are there are different schemes. One of the scheme is actually what we call the seminar committee for the accredited colleges and universities, which is once in a month. We have
Right, sir.
we have just recently launched from Pune. Our chairman has launched it, and it is it will be perhaps less than a month. You will get it.
I have a question regarding MAC accreditation. Just I have one practical experience in West Bengal. That regarding the recent MAC accreditation process, it has been observed that last 2 years like that, the number of NAC accreditation held in West Bengal, we've seen that the institution that got A in the next accreditation, it has come down to B plus or like that. These facts happened in case of so many institutions, and this created a fear psychosis among the institutions, and as a result of that, some private institutions, they have come to help these institutions in exchange of huge amount of money, and they are assuring that they will be helping to get good marks or grade for those institutions. This is dangerous. So I request NAC to revisit their process of accreditation, so that this type of fear psychosis should be wiped out from this scenario. I think that's because it's a general problem of all the colleges and universities. This is my submission. Thank you very much.
So your point is well received, and the NAC is constantly looking at the tool, and we are very open for transformation and changes. And regarding this first cycle, second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle, now people are coming for fifth cycle. From the 14,000 institutions for the last 29 years, over a period of time, central universities, state private universities deemed to be universities, aided colleges, unaided colleges. People, consistency over a period of study for some institutions do exist. Growth over a constant trend. But there are institutions where first cycle, second cycle are very high, and third cycle they have come down. So any institutions is dynamic in nature. Leadership, all the 7 criteria, people sitting over there, ladies and gentlemen, you're aware of it. And most of you maybe are assessors also. So the current methodology, 75% is system generated score. Whether you get B++ or A, then you come for appeal, you move up or you move down, or status quo. It is based on your performance of the last 5 years. Thank you. But the point is well received.
Yeah, ma'am, I have 2 questions. One is NBA accreditation. Means as Association of Indian Universities, yes, one is there from NBA. Like all these institutions which are located in remote areas in Northeast and all that, we have seen that in core branches of engineering, even the admissions are not good enough in prelims also. So this issue of 60% admissions to be a pre-qualifier for MBA, maybe we should be rethinking. Because if that keeps happening, and if you don't have MBA accreditation for these 4 branches, subsequently the admissions are going to go down. Students are not there, then obviously maybe the promoters, they will have to think, if it is not government run institution, that shut it down because it is not financially viable. So the very purpose of setting up these institutions in these remote areas is defeated, because the people will have to again go to places, and those who cannot afford that kind of facility is not available. And as such, we have to take care of everyone is going for computer science and all that. Yes, this is some engineering, but 4 branches, whatever said and done, we have to take it forward. This is one concern which I am feeling as a director of Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology. We have everything, but then since you don't have that kind of admission in 4 branches, you can't go for it. And secondly, we are not doing justice to our students, because then he cannot go abroad. His degree is not equivalent. It is not recognized over the world. So this is one. Second was, right now we have again coming up with this MEP that BSc, BBA or BA honors is going to be of 4 years, whereas as of now it has been for 3 years. I think that can be continued, like what is happening for BTech honors, with additional 20 credits, so that if a person is doing BSc or BA for 3 years with additional credits, he should get honors. And this is what is an incentive for a fast learner. And the 4th year would be maybe with research, what is being thought of otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there is so. Question, yeah, madam.
Yeah.
Not feeling hungry.
Kalpalata Pandey. ठीक है, मेरी आवाज तेज है। मैं कल्पलता पांडे, जननायक चंद्रशेखर यूनिवर्सिटी बलिया, उत्तर प्रदेश। डॉक्टर सीमा जैदी मैडम से पूछना चाहती हूँ, ये जो ICAR के जो जितने रूल्स बने हुए हैं, ये एग्रीकल्चरल यूनिवर्सिटी में तो फिट इन होते हैं, लेकिन ऐसी बहुत सी यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं जो रूरल एरिया में खुली हैं और वहां पर प्रायोरिटी है, वहाँ स्टूडेंट्स चाहते हैं वो एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत काम कर सके और अच्छे स्टूडेंट्स भी मिलते हैं, लेकिन जो नॉर्म्स हैं वो एग्रीकल्चरल यूनिवर्सिटीज के और ऐसी यूनिवर्सिटी जिसमें फैकल्टी है एग्रीकल्चर की, उन दोनों में फर्क हो जाता है। तो सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत ये आ रही है कि ICAR का जो डीन्स कमेटी है या जो आपने अभी ब्रॉड सब्जेक्ट मैटर एरिया कमेटी BSMA है जो आपका, इसमें हम लोगों ने कुछ खोले हुए हैं कोर्सेज, लेकिन दिक्कत ये आ रही है कि जो आपका स्टैंडर्ड है एग्रीकल्चरल यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए, वो स्टैंडर्ड जो है वो जो ट्रेडिशनल यूनिवर्सिटीज है जहाँ फैकल्टी है एग्रीकल्चर की, वो दोनों को एक साथ कर दिया गया है। तो मेरा अनुरोध है आपसे कि कुछ रिलैक्सेशन होना चाहिए, कुछ ये होना चाहिए कि जो आप दे रहे हैं, जो ऐसी यूनिवर्सिटी है जहाँ बहुत सारा यूनिवर्सिटीज में जो आप रूल्स बनाए उसमें थोड़ा सा रिलैक्सेशन होना चाहिए। तो ट्रेडिशनल कन्वेंशनल यूनिवर्सिटी स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी जो एग्रीकल्चर की वहाँ पर बहुत जरूरी है, और जो आपकी एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी है उनके नॉर्म्स और इस नॉर्म्स में थोड़ा रिलैक्सेशन होना चाहिए, और ये बहुत जरूरी है एरिया को अपने एरिया में एग्रीकल्चर बढ़ाने के लिए। और बैरिस्टर एक बात का कहते हैं कि एग्रीकल्चर वाले ऑफिशियल्स है बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है, लेकिन दिक्कत ये है कि आपके जो रूल्स है वो क्वालिफाइड है, तो इसलिए इस दिशा में आप क्या करते हैं बताइएगा, कुछ इस दिशा में आप सोच रहे हैं?
आप रिलैक्सेशन किस टाइप का रिलैक्सेशन चाहते हैं भाई? ICAR का एक
यूनिफॉर्म नॉर्म्स फॉर रूल्स एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज एंड फॉर द एग्रीकल्चरल डिपार्टमेंट्स इन ट्रेडिशनल यूनिवर्सिटीज आर नॉट द सेम, so she is saying we cannot apply the rules of state universities।
देखिए, जो एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं या जो एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेजेस हैं, जो ट्रेडिशनल यूनिवर्सिटीज विद एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, उन सबके लिए हमारे एक ही नॉर्म्स हैं। और
यही दिक्कत है कि एक ही नॉर्म्स है, हम दूसरी फैकल्टीज को भी चला रहे हैं, साथ में एग्रीकल्चर भी चला रहे हैं, और जो एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज है पूरी तरह से एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड है। तो आपके जो नॉर्म्स रिलैक्सेशन होना चाहिए ट्रेडिशनल यूनिवर्सिटीज के लिए जो फैकल्टी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर चला रहे हैं। मेरा ये आपसे
आप मुझे थोड़ा डिटेल भेज देंगे, मैं उसको स्टडी करते हैं। हाँ
जरूर भेजूंगी,
प्लीज आप मुझे, हाँ आप मुझे थोड़ा डिटेल भेज दीजिए, मेल कर दीजिए हमको, वी विल लुक इनटू इट। हाँ, हम देखते हैं आप किस जो बात कर रही, ठीक है? आई विल सी, थैंक यू
very much. And I think President, you are already.
Sir, this is a question. Just a 1 minute. As a supplement to Subhata. Now we refer to the very important point of attracting foreign students. It's a part of the internationalization system. And we refer to the improvement of the facility. But one important absence in the higher education system here is the absence of international faculty. Unless you have also international faculty, very difficult to attract foreign students. In India, unfortunately, we do not even have national faculty, we have provincial faculty. This system needs to be broken. There was some scheme like the GAN scheme, the government of India, that has been discontinued. That's the truth.
Thank you so much. Excellent point.
Thank you very much, sir. Very good point. And in last Northern Zone PC conference, this point was also discussed. And I will not take much time because
time we allotted 1 hour, so 1 hour we have completed. I have just only one point. Let us think other than our own university, what we can give to other universities. So please, I request to make 10 courses which can be given by your university to other universities. So that suppose sports university here. Now 40% courses are allowed for the students. If the students want to take a sports course in my university where I don't have any sports facility, can he take in your university? Similarly, agriculture department or agriculture university. I don't have this agriculture university. Can my student take this one? So first thing is this, that each university please make 10 courses. Put on your website, which can be taken by other universities. Another thing, I request you all, university means here as per NEP 2020, no central university, no state university, no private university, no deemed university, university means only university. Let us remove from our mindset that we are one. Because these are some of our hindrance which are making us how to start NEP 2020. It is not difficult if we start sharing collaborative mode of our learning and also give opportunity to your own students that if students want to take music, this is the best music university in our country. Let him or her take that. You see, in Assam, Bharat Ratna awardee is Bhupen Hadari. But the education he got for 20 years, he was not awarded for this Bharat Ratna in that. But he was awarded Bharat Ratna for marriage, for his film production, which he done himself. So please provide this opportunity to the students. Be liberal. He will learn. Only thing you must have that kind of the facility to motivate him and count on informative this one to make formal education. No informal education should be there. Now we have sports, but no count of the credit. Convert that. We have outreach program, but it is not converted into the credit. I request you all, please convert all this informal education credit form so that it becomes easily available for the students according to his own interest. That is what the pedagogy says. That give opportunity to students. And Upadhyay rightly said, wherever this opportunity is there, the students are coming, self-learning, they have potential. And so they inside their each student, whatever they have this potential can be excelled and can be made use of growing and motivating, creating solution-oriented education. So not taking much time because already we are late. Thank you very much, sir, for attending and taking so much interest. Thank you very much.
We now come to the end of the session. On behalf of the AIUs and the ITFA University in Sikkim, I would like to thank the chairperson for this session, Professor G.D. Sharma. I also thank our co-chair, Dr. Pankaj Mehta, and our co-chair and speaker, Shri G.P. Patil. I also thank our speakers for this session, Shri Vinod Kumar, Dr. V.S. Ponmuji Raj, Dr. Prashant P. Varma, and Dr. Seema Jadin for being a part of this session. Thank you, one and all. I request all the dignitaries to kindly proceed for lunch, should be served at the Orchid Restaurant. We shall begin our first technical session post-lunch at 3 p.m. Thank you. I request all the volunteers to kindly guide us.
Thank you very much. I just request Professor J.P. Verma is booking there to be kindly given by Madam. Thank you.
Current speaker and next session over.
Sessions are going to around 1 hour late. So around 3 o'clock we will be here. At 3 o'clock is get time. So please bear with us, 1 hour late. All you want.
Recording stopped.
Mr. Jeff King, Oklahoma University, USA, was here with us online. We welcome you, sir. As a mark of respect and gratitude, may I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Iqbal University, Dr. Jagannath Patnaik, to kindly open the dais for the local tradition of Professor Prash Chandra. Thank you, sir. May I now request President AIU Professor Suranjan Das to kindly felicitate our chairperson, Mukul Abhishi. Thank you. I once again request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Iqbal University, Dr. Jagannath Patnaik, to kindly offer Kada as for the local tradition of Sikkim to our speakers, Professor Ganga Prasad Sastani, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Iqbal University, Professor H.P. Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Royal Assam Global University, Guwahati, Assam. May I again request AIU President Professor Suranjan Das to kindly felicitate our speaker, Professor Ganga Prasad Sastani, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Victoria University, Professor Dr. S.P. Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati, Assam, with a token of appreciation. Thanks, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Patnaik, the AIU President Suranjan Das for the honors. Mr. Jeff K. Oklahoma University, USA, was here with us online. We welcome you, sir. Moving forward, let us now have a glance at the session. Today's session, experts are from the Government of India, Higher Education Institute, and Information and Communication Technology. Interaction and the question and answer session will follow the presentations. Based on deliberation, the commitment statement will be framed for the universities to further the cause of higher education in India. In addition to academic reflection, capacity development initiatives will be taken by forming a group of vice chancellors working on various dimensions of transformative higher education. In this session, the deliberation will be on developing a conducive environment and infrastructure for innovative pedagogy to enable transformative higher education and lifelong learning. This session will also discuss the feasibility of implementing multiple entries and exit systems, academic bank credits, and strategies to implement them effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now take the privilege to introduce our eminent speakers for the day. We have with us our chairperson, Professor Prabhashankar Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, North Eastern University, Ceylon, our eminent scientist of agriculture. Professor Shukla specializes in seed science and technology and has a track record of advancing social, economic, and cultural development in various capacities. An outstanding scientist in agriculture, Professor Shukla is best known for introducing and developing 6 high-yielding soybean varieties in Uttarakhand. Let me now introduce you to our first speaker, Professor Ganga Prasad Prashad, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tripura University. Specialized in entrepreneurship development, human resource management, marketing, and tourism management, he has published 7 books and 72 research papers, out of which 10 papers have been published in international journals. Professor Prasad has been awarded the Fellowship of the Indian Commerce Association New Delhi Prize. And Professor Prasad has visited several countries, including the United States of America, Myanmar, Bhutan, and Nepal on various academic assignments. Our next eminent speaker, Professor Dr. S.P. Singh, is the founder and Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Assam Royal Global University, Guwahati. He is also the Global Vice President of Samsung University, South Korea. He has been conferred with the Ambassador for Peace Award by Universal Peace Federation, South Korea, and the Ambassador of Resilience Award by Sparks of Life Education, Australia. Our next eminent speaker, who is present with us online, Mr. Jeff King. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Jeff King is the Executive Director of the Center for Excellence in Transformative Teaching and Learning at the University of Central Oklahoma. He is the Chief Architect of UCO's Students Transformative Learning Record, which is UCO's operational mission to provide the transformative education to students. Welcome to the session, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the technical session, there is an announcement. We have provided a recommendation sheet to everyone here, wherein all the dignitaries are requested to kindly write a recommendation to help us draft the proceedings on it. So may I now request our chairperson, Professor Prabhashankar Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nehu Shillong, to kindly address the gathering and lead the session. Over to you, sir.
Vice President of AIU, Dr. Sharma, Secretary AIU, and also the President of the AIU. In this session, we are going to discuss about the innovative pedagogy and lifelong learning. I would just recall the sentence of Professor Rampal Kaushik. University system is not lagging the pedagogy, but why it is necessary to again discuss about the pedagogy. So this is also the need of the hour to change in the pedagogy of the universities. And NEP 2020 also envision nurturing the innovation in all the domains of the education and respects the need to innovate in all fields of education and the vision of policy. The vision of the policy means to improve the quality of the education, and also in order to facilitate lifelong learning, NEP 2020 has recommended a multiple exit and entry system and ABC system. To facilitate a multiple exit and entry system, mobility of the students, multidisciplinary and holistic education, NEP 2020 recommends the creation of ABC. So to develop this in the colleges and universities, extra funding and training programs are required. In this session, we have three speakers. All the three speakers have different kind of experience. One from the government side, Professor Ganga Prasad Parsaiji, and one from the private sector, Professor Dr. K. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Assam Royal Global University, and one from the outside of the country, Mr. Jeff Key, Oklahoma University, USA. As per our culture, we always going to provide and respect to the outsider of the university. So first of all, I would like to call Mr. Jeff Key, Oklahoma University, USA. Kindly start your deliberation.
Thank you very much. I am quite honored to have the opportunity to share with this group and very much appreciate the invitation to talk for just a few minutes about this topic. And I'm hopeful that everyone can hear me all right. And I will watch in the chat to see if there are any problems. But assuming that everything is working well, what I would like to do is share very briefly just a very few slides that will help explain what I think is a very interesting approach to this idea of lifelong learning and the idea or the frame within which I wish to speak about innovation and creativity for lifelong learning is within a frame of transformative learning as an approach to help our students be both motivated and prepared with the capability to contribute immediately to the social good upon graduation, but also across their entire lives as they may stop in and stop out of formal or informal educational training. And so what I propose is that transformative learning is an innovative pedagogy or andragogy in its own right, especially for lifelong learning. For those of you not familiar with the term andragogy, it simply means, to paraphrase here, a pedagogy for adult learners. And because transformative learning was developed and designed for learners from ages of 18 all the way through 118, I think it fits very, very well as an approach that can serve for innovative and creative lifelong learning. the key in transformative learning is that it develops an individual's self-awareness and their,
One more thing
yes.
would like to. One more thing would like to. It is my humble request to kindly to have complete your presentation within the other 15 minutes, 12 to 15 minutes. Yes, go on.
Yes. As I was saying, the transformative learning key is that it develops humans or individuals' capacity for self-reflection and for them to be aware of their own growth. And so this is why it fits so well for lifelong learning. It also is an instructional practice that elicits critical, reflective narratives that learners produce. Those critical, reflective narratives then become unique value adds, enabling an insight into the learner's personal ideas about how they want to contribute, what fits them in terms of the ways that for their careers and for the jobs that they choose, the employment that they go into, these narratives yield insights into what is a good fit for that particular learner. And I wish to speak only for a moment about a unique and innovative approach that we have begun to do research on, which allows artificial intelligence to mine these personal narratives to search for clues about a learner's preferred best match for employment or best match for the next step in her learning career. And with those insights that are discovered by artificial intelligence mining, those insights can then be translated into mechanisms that can inform what are currently used as structured data algorithms to identify the best potential job matches for a learner. So this becomes something that could be extremely valuable across a learner's entire career, because these narratives that transformative learning produces become an invaluable source of information to help the learner identify what would be the best potential job matches that employment matching algorithms produce. The digital wallet or the DigiLocker then becomes a wonderful place to store not only the certifications, diplomas, academic transcripts, badges, and so forth that the learner earns, but also these digital lockers can be places that store these reflective narratives, which are then available for the employment matching services to mine in order to develop a better list of potential jobs for a learner in a given region of the country. So we're very excited about this as a potential means to innovate for lifelong learning using the digital locker and employing the transformative learning lens to help learners understand their own best means of contributing, of this is actually a mechanism for helping to better leverage human capital. And so we currently have some National Science Foundation grants to help us investigate this as a potential. But I did want to share that simply to illustrate the idea that the concept of lifelong learning is an incredible opportunity to help humans better apply themselves across their entire lifespan by contributing in better ways that match what they want to do and how they want to serve to the opportunities that exist in their local community, regionally, nationally, and even globally. So this is a very exciting topic, and to see that the Association of Indian Universities is focusing on a transformative approach to lifelong learning is very, very exciting to me as an educator. And it's been a delight to share for just a few minutes this idea of the digital locker as a place where narratives produced by transformative learning can help learners at any age better find the best match for themselves, either in the next stage of their education or the next stage of their career in the workforce. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to share those ideas.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any question from the audience? Question? Any question? No. I think we will discuss after the elaboration of two board projectors. Thank you, Mr. J. from the Oklahoma University, USA, for your nice presentation. And we will discuss after the two presentation in detail about the pedagogy and learning. Our second presenter is Professor Ganga Prasad Prasad, Vice Chancellor, Uttar University. I would like to request you to kindly give a presentation within 10 to 12 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Professor Prabhashan Prasad, Chairperson of Charitable Section and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ranjan Das, President of AIU and Honorable VC, Professor D.D. Sharma, Vice President of AIU and Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Meghalaya, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Honorable Secretary General AIU, Professor R.P. Kaushik, Honorable Chancellor, Tripura University, Professor Jagannath Patnaik, Honorable VC University, my co-panelist, Professor S.P. Singh, who is also Honorable VC of Assam Global University, Dr. Jeff King from University of Central Oklahoma, USA, all the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Eastern Zone who are assembled here, faculty member from IFA University, invited ladies and gentlemen. I have great pleasure in presenting the paper on innovative pedagogies and lifelong learning of the Vice Chancellor of East Zone, where we have been discussing since morning about the pedagogies and also various technology which is necessary and which were implemented and which were to start where preparing the salary post curriculum as per NEP 2020. Next slide. I have divided my paper in 3 parts. The first part I shall be discussing about the concept of pedagogy. And in second part, what NEP 2020 says about the pedagogy and lifelong learning. And in third part of my presentation, I shall be giving some of my ideas and ideas which have been discussed about the implementation of pedagogy for lifelong learning. During the ancient period of Greece, the role of the teacher was first introduced and teaching was considered as an art. Attending school and getting education was something that only the wealthiest could afford for their kids. The role of the teacher or an educator was considered the most important one in the learning process, as they gave invaluable knowledge and wisdom to the children. However, the educators were not the first pedagogy. The rich individuals of the area used slaves to take their children to schools. They were considered the experienced and wise who imparted knowledge to the children. This is how the word pedagogy was created. It is described as the leader of children. They guided the students academically and also morally. Pedagogy is a method of teaching in which teachers teach both theory and practice. It is relationship between the culture and teaching of learning, technique of learning. Pedagogy is served by educators teaching belief and involves their understanding of culture and different learning styles. It is essential for students to have meaningful classroom relationship in order to build on prior learning. The main aim of pedagogy is to build on previous learning of the student and work on the development of the skills and attitudes of the learner. It enables the student to get a thorough understanding of the subject and helps them in applying those learning in their daily life outside the classroom also. Next, types of pedagogy. Social pedagogy is aimed towards the social development, awareness, and well-being of the student. It has 2 dimensions, value and moral education. Critical pedagogy, it aims towards comprehending and deconstructing several daily life problems and issues. It also encourages the students to dig deeper into things and try to understand their thoughts and beliefs on a certain topic. Culturally responsive pedagogy, it aims to address the cultural diversity among students. It helps to comprehend cultural differences among students and increases awareness about cultural differences in schools. Socratic pedagogy, it aims to encourage the students to gain more knowledge from other sources, along with what is provided to them. This helps the students to find alternative solutions to the problems. Outcomes of pedagogy here, character, citizenship, communication, next slide, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, and also critical entrepreneurship. Next slide, are also part of pedagogy. Now I will come to the innovative pedagogy. Innovation in pedagogy is like any kind of innovation. Takes existing ideas, tools, or practices and brings them together in new ways to solve problems when current practice is not adequately meeting the need. The choice of pedagogy has often been made ad hoc or based on whatever the teacher had encountered in their teaching, education, or their own schooling. But where teachers are supported by high quality teaching education and strong professional infrastructure, they are enabled to make concentrated decisions about pedagogy, acting as designers of learning by selecting approaches with a clear sense of their intended effect. Developing and selecting involves more than working out what is effective. As indicated by impact on diverse methods of learning, different pedagogies are based on different theories of learning. And these theories entail different views of psychology and philosophy, regarding what is most important in learning. The full power of pedagogy and of pedagogical innovation can only be evaluated in taking into account all the things that pedagogists are trying to evolve. Now I will focus on what NEP 2020 mentioned about innovation and creativity. When we go through the document before that in NEP 2020 we have seen clear-cut idea about the innovation and new course curricula which will make more creative. It talks about creating a national depository of high quality resources on foundational literacy and numeracy to be made available on the digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. Technological intervention to serve as heirs to teacher and to help bridge any language barriers that may exist between teachers and students will be piloted and implemented. NEP 2020 also give inspiration for students at all levels to be developed by using high quality translation in our local and Indian language, and will be made available extensively in both school and local public libraries in order to improve the quality of education. NEP 2020 also help technology and innovation, open and distance learning. Programs offered by the National Institute of Open Schooling and State Open Schooling will be expanded and strengthened for lifelong learning and meeting the learning needs of young students who are not able to attend school physically. The shifting classroom process towards competency-based learning to close the gap in achievement of learning outcomes is also one of the important mandates of the NEP 2020. For a more productive, innovative, progressive, and prosperous nation, the policy emphasis on the fact that higher education must form the basis for knowledge, creation, and innovation, thereby contributing to a growing national economy. Professional and technical education and innovation in diverse fields like engineering, technology, management, architecture, town planning, pharmacy, hotel management, catering technology, etc. will be promoted. A platform for the free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, administration, both for school and higher education. The National Education Technology Forum also is to be created as per the mandate of NEP 2020. Next slide. Now, it is only when our universities will be able to produce a generation of innovators, not imitators, planners, not proper pushers, job creators, not job seekers, and original thinkers and not routine followers. Only then our university graduates can confidently echo the statement of the great French philosopher discourse, Cogito ergo sum, or I think before I am, and transform our society into a vibrant, dynamic, and lively living society, as has been well said. I in India should stand for innovation and not imitation. Next. Here, while we prepare the course content in course curricula, we have to identify the student also. In a classroom, you know that there are varieties of students. The groups of students are heterogeneous. Some not understand what we teach. Therefore, we must find the creative students. Then only we can design a course curricula as per their interest. Then only the lifelong learning process can be continued. Next. Here, creative people are the backbone of progress of any society and development. Therefore, creativity is to be inculcated among the students while teaching in the classroom or outside the classroom by the teachers, by the guardian also. Next. Here, I have mentioned something about the area or department where India has made progress, that is in agriculture and science and technology, in pharmaceutical science, even in medical science also. We are far ahead in many countries, but in knowledge industry, that is in terms of university education, we are still lagging behind there. Therefore, we must design a course which will make a student interesting from their area. Here we have data that nearly 4.7 crores of surplus workforce in IT industry are available in India. So to make this 4.7 crores IT personnel who are qualified, we must design a course because they will become economic, a burden later on if we do not design a course as per their employment or opportunities which is available in India. Otherwise, they will be brain drained, they will be migrating to other countries. This is a small figure about the higher education institution in India. There are around 1,000 plus IGI, including universities, deemed university, private university. Here, next. Here, I have given an example of Japan. Japan is one of the most developed country in the world. So their main resources is human resources. They do not have other resources like India. Their country has become one of the most advanced because of human resources which are trained, because of the course curriculum, course content, which are very, very interesting for their students. Therefore, they are making progress. We have learned from Japan about the human resource development also there. These are some of the points related to preparing the course curricular reforms. Next, I will skip this slide because we have discussed in the morning. Therefore, the challenge before us is how to overcome the barriers of the present old pattern of education, so that in NEP 2020 it will be made more interesting for the benefit of students. Next, here for enhancing quality and excellence in education, our major issues are majority of the colleges fail to inculcate quality education. Medium of education should be, Hindi or regional language. As of now, in most of the universities and colleges in India, even in Northeast India, the main, the major, the course or the instruction, the medium of teaching is only English. But NEP 2020 mentioned that to make our subject more interesting, we should be in Hindi and regional language. Also, for example, in Sikkim, if you start teaching Nepali, it will be more interesting, primarily for this level. Next. Here, we need to train our teacher also, because we are revising our course curricula, even methodology of teaching also. We have a good teacher will teach. We need to start more academic staff college, more center for training for teachers, and also we need to start more faculty development program where teachers are to be trained so that they shall be able to teach to the satisfaction of the student as for the NEP 2020 revised course curricula and subject. Next. Now, it is possible only when quality of education is improved. What to do for it? Change according to change. Be alert for first time of change. Anticipate change when things are going right. Always look to the opportunity that change represents. Surround yourself with people who are open to change. Play to win. Respect yourself. Next. This is an example of curriculum construction, rather I should say reconstruction. Apart from normal course syllabus, we need to add this type of extracurricular activity also, like sports, etc. Here, as of now, the burden is there among the students. They carry lots of books. So in NEP 2020, we should reduce the emphasis on textual information. The creative teaching methodology should be adopted so that it may be more interesting for the students. Next. Encourage divergent thinking. Next. So use teaching as properly as per NEP 2020 we have been asked to design many methodology of teaching so that our students keep interest going to school, colleges, and university. It should not be only textbook based, it should be practical based. Then only the education should be more lifelong learning, because as per NEP 2020, students are allowed to leave after 1 year, they can join later on also. So if they feel that the course methodology is boring, then they will not join also. And also at the same time, we need to increase our GR, gross enrollment ratio up to 50%. Therefore, to increase the GR up to 50% by the 2030, we need to design such a course which will make the student more happy, and so that they may continue on learning, even they become say 40 plus, 50 plus also. Next. So scholars, let us take ourselves and the environment for quality education, for the creation of women capital with the confidence that we will bring change. Then only Bharat shall be Atmanirbhar in education. Next. Therefore, my suggestions for making this education more, interesting is that Barriers of creativity and innovation must be overcome. Innovating these ways to nurture the creativity of students must be a regular practice in our level of education. Encourage flexibility, originality, and elaboration in the classroom practice. Students must be provided opportunities to experiment and reflect in all subject areas. Teachers should be respectful of unusual questions. Teachers should be respectful of unusual ideas of children also. We have to show children their ideas as value. We have to provide for parents of non-academic practice of learning provision of incentives and awards to motivate the teacher to do continuous and better practice should be also there. Yes. To conclude, I will just present the ideas of Swami Vivekananda. Take risks in your life. If you win, you can lead. If you lose, you can guide. Next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ganga Prasad Prajati, for your nice elaboration. I think we will discuss later on after completion of the third lecture. Yeah.
Nice suggestion. You are the chairperson, you will decide, but it's followed by discussion.
Yeah, we will discuss after the completion. So I would like to request Dr. S.P. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Assam Royal Global University, share his views.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Our post-lunch session is like a little gloomy, but I think we were counting the people when they were leaving for lunch. And the good thing is, I was just discussing the chair, and almost everyone is present. Post-lunch, that is one of the successful, I would say, sessions that we all are here. 52 of us are here in the auditorium right now. So, I may be avoiding celebration. I can be excused for that. So the chair, Professor Shukla, my fellow panelists, Professor Parsayan and Professor Jeff, and fellow vice chancellors, officials of AIU, from chairman, president, vice president, and secretary madam, and other officials, and teachers, and faculty members, and students from ICFI University, ladies and gentlemen. So I think since morning we are engaged in discussing about pedagogy, lifelong learning, and those aspects. So I tried to cut short my presentation deliberately because in one of the deliberations, Dr. was telling that it should not be a repetition of whatever thoughts, because it is for the prudent people like vice chancellors, it is a repetition of thought, the whole pedagogy fails. The objective of pedagogy is to keep the attention of everyone towards the speaker, and probably I will try to do that. Presentation is here. I will quickly browse it for your convenience. But before that, probably I must thanks to the AIU and ICFI for giving me a chance to be a panelist here and speak on this occasion. And I just wanted to add along the introduction, probably they may be aware of it or not, but I feel a little confident to speak on this topic because of two reasons. One is that I don't know, many of you have done that, and you all are lifelong learners. Why we are talking about lifelong learning probably is not for most of us, but for people who are not lifelong learners. We are learning every minute, every day. And to add on to this, I just wanted to add from my side that basically I'm a geologist. 10 years down the line, I became MBA. Another 10 years down the line, I did my law. I'm talking about 1988 and 1999 and 2009. And this year I completed my LLM. So this is a journey of last 30 years every time, not for becoming a vice chancellor. My qualifications were good enough prior to that, but this is the way I think I am. I'm a person who, after 10 years, feel that I need to know or learn something new which is not from my domain or in the same domain. So probably this is a small qualification of mine. Because of that, probably I feel a little more confident to speak on that topic. So let's talk about pedagogy and about lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is because the three things very important today is that the major theme of AIU's Vice Chancellor week this year is transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is going to be the main theme, and that's going to be the March. But in between we have sub themes, and the sub themes for this particular East one is pedagogies and use of technologies for transformative higher education. And sub theme of that sub theme, because the three more two more deliberations, one today and one tomorrow. And the innovative pedagogy and lifelong learning, that is the session going on. Then we have blended learning. So I will avoid blended learning. And then we have personalized learning through every technology. So I'm also going to touch upon that, but I will not devote time there so that because other speakers will speak on that topic. So anyways, so I mean, just if you talk about my presentation, go to the slide number 1. And probably I'll come back to the same slide at the end of the day. We need technology in every classroom. That is what we see in post-pandemic, and that's what we see now. And and in every student and teacher's hand. I mean, students and teachers, students are young students, and they all have almost the technologies in their hand. And teachers are also, the old teachers are learning fast. They have learned fast during the time of pandemic, and also they are still using that technology. So there's a lot of discussion happening around that whatever we do through online, it is not going to be equal to when we do offline. The interaction of the teacher and the student in the class is always better than what we have in online. But there is something very important here. The teachers who are performing well in the class have the best technology and innovative minds and pedagogy. They can never be replaced by technology and online learning. But what is very important, but all the teachers are equally talented and have that kind of pedagogical skills and that kind of education and that kind of knowledge? If not, then there's a big question mark here is that those teachers in due course of time will be replaced by technology. And that is not a fear. That is a very genuine, because change is the only constant I know in this world. And change is happening very fast. And after post-pandemic, it is happening more faster. So many of the students, Mr. The additional teacher was talking about IIT. I also know IIT Kharagpur very well. Children are studying there. The way the technology is changing, many times they skip the teacher's classes, and they say we get a video lecture that is more informative. A lot of times we missed it in the class. I'm talking about one side. At the same time, they are very, very keen to learn from their peers. They attend the business seminars and sessions and peers classes more often than the teachers' classes. So this is another kind of issue. Now we have vice chancellor here from very, I will not say remote, but a far-sighted place in Balia. Madam is sitting out here from the university here. We have from Manipur, we have from Mizoram. The whole eastern zone has been extended to Banaras and Purvanchal. And every state and every district and wherever the universities are situated has a different kind of ecosystem for education. What is my thinking out here is, and what is my, I would say my disclaimer here, that not all pedagogies fit at all the places. We have to have a different kind of pedagogies for every place, because at one place it is difficult to even bring the student to the classroom. At another place, the students are coming to the classroom but not happy with the teachers and the type of education we are providing them. And if you go to IITs and other places, so we have categories of students, institutions called IITs, IIMs. IIM models altogether different with respect to pedagogy. They have a student of IIM Lucknow. We see that the teachers are just not teaching the class at all. This is a case method, everybody knows it. They will provide you a 50, 100, 200 pages case at the end of the day, and they will say complete it tomorrow. They will discuss the whole case, but the chapter has been covered through 1 week. So that is another. But is it going to be implemented in Royal Global University Guwahati or any other place in the country? Probably. We have tried, we have failed. So what I'm saying is pedagogy is not a capsule which everybody can have the same kind of. Means one size do not fit all in education, that we know very well. So this is another disclaimer. And once we talk about pedagogy on the basis of class level, so we have to see the level of the class. Dr. Barsai was talking about the class in class. There are 2-3 categories of students in one class. But at the same time, every institution have different class of students. We will be having different kind of students in Balia. We will be having different kind of students in Guwahati. If you go to Tripura, if you go to maybe some other places, the level and the aspirations of the people are different and are different. So based upon that, how the teacher can bring in that kind of innovative mindset with 3-4 skills. One is that teacher has to be definitely, everybody knows, it's witty, logical, well versed with the subject he's teaching, and also he or should be a good communicator. And now the communication is also becoming questionable thing after NAP. Communication in which language? Because nowadays we are going to have books or maybe teaching in the local languages also. I remember once upon a time, 11-12 years back, we were talking that nobody will talk other than in English in our university. Now everybody is talking in all the languages. The transition has happened, but that is also going to happen in the classroom also, because we get many students from vernacular language system, and when they come to the class, they feel elated and they find themselves aloof because they are not being able to carry forward with the English, the language in which they are going to teach. So the pedagogy is also going to incorporate different kind of languages, and teacher has to fit themselves accordingly to cater to the needs of the student, because it is a learner-centric education system we are talking about. And he also talks about it. So this is another issue which I'm going to discuss, which I've already discussed with you. The next part, final point, is teaching in local languages, and now multi-level entry and exit, ABC, and modernity and traditional knowledge combining together, or Vishwaguru, which we are talking from a long time in education. Vishwaguru in what form? That has probably been discussed in many forums. Vishwaguru in form of economic superpower, Vishwaguru in form of traditional power, what we had once upon a time, and we are talking about that from Shultra through Aryabhat. And what third is, if you are going to have a blending of both, people are not coming, only 39,000, 49,000 students come to India, but on many forums we talk about that if it is yoga, if it is Ayurveda, if it is maybe other traditional ways of, things which is proliferating more than the education in the world, maybe a modern form of medicine has been discarded after some time, modern form of education has been discarded, job-based education has been discarded. All these things have been discarded gradually in the world. Probably India will become the Vishnu. Because the people who are going to the west will start coming to the east, and they will start coming to the east, only then they will come to India. So this is a big model we are talking about. So Vishwaguru, probably what I have understood from NEP is in that sense that we should gradually build up our own legacy, what we had once upon a time, try and find out if that can surpass the modernity which is surrounding us. So this is modernity versus traditional knowledge. There's a big thing about Vishwaguru. So this is another issue, and multi-level entry and exit. Probably that way also the lifelong learning is important, because you exit at one point, and then if you're not reading for 2-3 years and want to take entry again, it is very difficult to be in the same track later on. So if you are a lifelong learner, you can do that. Now, this is technology-driven pedagogy. If I talk about technology-driven pedagogy, is basically we have so many tools. There's a list of tools I just told to you. There is a list of ways you can flip classroom to everything, which everybody of us know. But again, that has been recommended, and I would say it's possible only in a limited area. That may be in the A+ level institution in the country, or A++ level institution in the country, but maybe the institutions which are being situated otherwise, and maybe a young institution like ours, probably many other things will not be applicable, and we are not using that. The last point about the requirements of the lifelong learner, everybody knows, but I'm just repeating for your convenience. One is that inquisitiveness. Second is fire in your valley to learn more. Openness to learn, because many people become, when we become educated, we become very rigid. So openness to learn. Filling technology gap. We have many technology gap when we go ahead in life. So we have to fill up that technology gap by learning new technology. And finally, generation gap to be avoided. We are very, very uncomfortable to learn from juniors. Very, very uncomfortable, even from the next generation. We are finding it difficult. Many of us are finding it difficult to learn from your students, to learn from your peers, or maybe young teachers, and learn from your children. And that is also a very, very important. These are few things to be taught in the class. And finally, I would say that when I come to adaptive pedagogy, that is the new thing which I use the word adaptive pedagogy means adaptive to the level of the institution you are working in, and adaptive to the level of students in the class, and adaptive so that they can grasp and understand. So that is what I wanted to quickly just go back, the one by one, and let's finish. I just wanted because everything has been covered by Pasayanji. This is our definition. Next is our different components of pedagogy. Then we have history of pedagogy. This is very interesting. Once upon a time it was being taught as an art, then science, then later on it is about applied science. So what is it? Probably the traditional approach, ancient approach about talking about our ancestral approach of Guru system and Shishya system and Parampara. Next, go to the next. This is about the Guru system and Parampara, how the teacher and thought relationship was there, and Guru and Shishya Parampara was there, and where they used to go for education. Next is our medieval time, and the Mughals came in. Medieval time came, then it was all centered towards the medieval time, and the way of learning has been changed over the years. The India has been transformed. Not only English people have transformed us, even Mughals also they came, and this is the whole thing about it. They have tried to convert everything in their own way with respect to education. Next is about the traditional modern approach, where from Mecca College everybody we should teach English, and everybody is talking about it, talked about it, has happened. But that is from where the new system of education has emerged. Still, when we sit in a classroom like this, or when we sit in a system like this, we try to find out, is there our attire is going to see that we are still being influenced by Mecca College, Or is it something else what we have? Even Megaplay could not change our tradition and our religion, our systems. So that is, we have to ponder upon. Next, please. Then these are different types of innovative pedagogies. If you know all of us, from crossover learning to learning through augmentation, incidental learning, context-based learning, and computational thinking, embodied learning, analytics of emotions, flipped classrooms, gamification, soul sessions, learning by doing science, self-assessments, and adaptive teaching. So adaptive teaching I've just discussed, but all these tools are known to everyone. And go to the next slide, please. Evolution of learning from classroom board for classroom to e-classroom to innovative technology that everybody knows. Next, please. And it's a relationship between curriculum, pedagogy, and learning. I mean, in the morning when Padhyaji was talking about that there should be a teacher in the class, that he used to teach, not bothered about people are listening to him or not, but also not very interested, not very interesting to be listened to. But the content was so strong that everybody wants to keep attention on. So there may be a teacher which is teaching in IITs and IIMs, which has a very, very extraordinary content, but they may not be a good teacher, will be listened properly, I'm sure about it. I'm also having one of those teachers, if you know, in my life, Professor Avtar Singh, who was a doyen in with respect to commercial law and business law. He used to teach us, unless and until we sit in the first row, we are unable to hear him out. But he was so interested, so much knowledgeable that listening to him patiently used to take maybe 3 times attention than normal class. But we used to come, run to his class, and try to take the first seat. Second seat onward, nobody could understand anything. So that is the type of teacher we also had, and also we have certain kind of people who are going to. But again, the time has come. A teacher sitting in the class, teaching from a desk and table, probably is gone far away now. I mean, if you are not covering the class and teaching the students and not moving around, probably you will not be able to seek attention of the students nowadays because of this technical gadgets around. Next. Few examples of innovative pedagogy tools. These are different kind of software. There's a list of, I think, 25 softwares, which is 20 softwares mentioned out here. From scratch to any more tool to fix on. So everybody knows about it. So I'm not putting efforts on it. Next, please. There are advantages of technology education, but there are disadvantages also. Next. Disadvantages of technology. When we started using overhead projectors, we have been criticized. All of you of my age can consider. We have been told if you use too much of technology in the class, students are mesmerized to see the technology, not to listen to you. If you see too much of PPT in the class, we avoid PPTs in the class because students are concerned about PPT and what is written there, then listening to you. So this is another very important issue we have to be very careful with, how to blend technology so that the student attention should not go away from you and go into the technology alone. So that is also very important thing, and we have to remember that. Next, please. Development of modern technological is a condition. As we all know that from the time when the technology came, and then later on Zoom and other platforms, we have to blend it. And I think there are very good blending being done by many of the teachers who are understanding their students well and using technology off and on to complement and support. We in our global university, I think many universities nowadays we have a platform called RoyalNet, where all the material, all the notes, lesson plans, and videos and stories are being uploaded. Students come prepared, not all. Half of them, or maybe 55% of them, they come prepared. There's a huge interaction, good interaction in the class. So that is another way of doing it. Next. Examples, many project-based blended learning, EduTech, blended as I have not discussed. EduTech, everybody knows. Next, please. I think that is what are the requirements of education, Bloom's taxonomy, everybody knows. Next, please. And then how lifelong learning. Next, please. This is the role of lifelong learning. Next, please. That we have discussed. Next, please. Establishment for lifelong learning. So and next. That's it. Preferences. So this is next week. That is thank you. So I try to cover everything, but these slides are already taken care of by other evaluators. So I'm open to the question. The second chair will cover that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. S.P. Singh, for completion of your presentation within our time period. And I can say in today's world, teachers who embrace lifelong learning approaches are the most successful in creating innovative and inclusive classroom. And the learning community for blended and online learning explore ways in which technology and digital media can enhance education and make it more flexible. Keeping a reasonable focus on knowledge, skill and attitude, innovative pedagogies are going beyond by engaging strategies, methods, and tools that create a balanced and effective ecosystem for learning and therefore ensuring three basic conditions for learners: readiness, willingness, and capability. And it is indeed a pleasure to hear the experts' talks from our learned speaker for this session titled Innovative Pedagogies and Lifelong Learning, who have illuminated the ideas with their thoughts-provoking presentation. I am really happy to know that this seminar on innovative pedagogy and lifelong learning is surely going to have impact on the meaning and standard of e-content, learning objects, designing and development of digital resources for teaching and learning. And the speakers for this session have provided the much needed knowledge for teachers to cater to present day learners and their learning styles. Learning styles. The topic is open for the discussions. Whoever is interested, ask the question. Whoever is interested to ask the question, even we all are the holding the important post in our institutions and also have the experience. Anyone can share their views related to the question. The topic is open for discussion.
Actually, it is not a question for Professor Anga Prasad process. It is only a suggestion. He started his topic from the Greece example. Actually, we have so many ancient talks on Vedic education and education planning period. So we should not forget our tradition. Start from the people at forest philosophy. For example, I am giving an example, not the time to give an elaborate lecture. So I will give one example which is the confluence of ancient thought and modern. That is Acharya Padamanaste, Padam Sista Somerya, Padam Sabrahmacharya, Padam Kala Comment, which Mr. Upadhyaya was referring to in the morning session. That is, in the whole education is 100%, 25% is given by the teacher. And Acharya Padamanaste, Padam Sista Somerya, after which one perseverance, go and make habits and get another 25%. Another 25% is achieved with the discussion of these peer fellows. Then only the last is the continuing process, as I rightly told that it is a continuing process, that is a lifelong process. This is our system. We have so many examples. Take the case of Arjuna. He started his complete education from Dronacharya, but when required, he went for penance and got the Pasupatra Rasta from Shiva. In this, there are so many numerous examples in ancient Indian texts. Our NEP 20 is also advocate that also. We should not forget our indigenous system of education, the skill development also. We are 64 titles of 64 types of kalas. Now in the modern age, you can say it, skill education. In this, so many things. She has highlighted, of course, it is a good paper, but it has no Indian terms. He may have. Thank you.
And Dr. Bhavishwar Kamra, Vice Chancellor. Mr. Jack King also talked about the DigiLocker and the where we can redeem the credits. So the point is, my point is, we are starting the academic bank of credit and using the DigiLockers also. So investing. Vice Chancellor is very government expensive. So the problem here is the equivalency of the credit. We have National Institute of Excellence, National Institute of Importance, and other institutes. So how can we when the point is the redemption of the credits? So how can the equivalency of the credits?
So recently the NMC has National Medical. They just say the internship for those who have done for blended learning. It is for 2 years for internship, and those who have done practical base, they are a full physically they is for 1 year. That is a blanket decision taken by us. So these are some of the examples. So equivalency of the credits for the lifelong learning, this the equivalency of the credit is very, very important. And we have to redeem the credits for the students for the certification or anything. So what will be the suggestion? How can we equivalent those credit system to the institutes, universities, and places? Because all the universities have not come on board to the ABC Academic Bank of Credit. There are only some institutes, and those institutes also is according to the bank or the National Center for Institutes for Excellence or the importance or the general. So what will be the what this I want to throw this also to the whole this station also. What will be the equivalency of the credits? How can the redemption can be verified or more easier ways to do it? So these are the things which we will be discussing, which are because now the blending mode we are coming up with this thing, virtual reality and augmented and extended reality. Even the welding, it has started in virtual mode also. Technology, this thing, welding, even the German long back they have started. So if those who have done certification in welding in virtual mode in Germany, if they are not recognized in India, but that's the problem comes.
Sir, I was a part of the implementation committee of NEP in Assam. So what we discussed, I'm sharing with you. And what has been already implemented in many other countries where we have Academic Bank of Credits and multiple entries. Look, the student and the universities, once they come across with any of the takers who is trying to have multiple entry and exit, and having Academic Bank of Credit, the notification has already come from University Bank Commission that earlier only EM plus institutions were a largely part of it. Not everybody can do that, right? बैटरी चेंज कर दो भाई बीच में ऑटोमेटिक जा रहा है मैं यहाँ से कंपोनेंट्स से बनने आ right? So anyway, so this is one. And secondly, once the student from as you said IITs and NITs and the institution of eminence probably will migrate, they will definitely either migrate to the same level institution or they will come down. If they migrate to the same level institution, there's no problem of level. If they come down, even then there's no problem of level. If the student from the lower level, which is not, goes to the upper, the institution will be free to take their decisions. It is not that everybody you will be entering the as per whims and fancies of anybody. You have to have limited number of seats for the lateral migration, and you can choose the best of it. If you don't want to find anybody, they can go to other institutions where they can find the level. So automatically implementation will be there in the name of apprehension, and this is normal procedure in US and UK. When they migrate to Stanford to Oxford or Stanford, so they have that kind of level. They migrate from one same level institution to another. That is going to the ecosystem gradually going to develop in the country, and 100% I can assure you that that will be, other than one or two outliers, things will be in place. There will be some bottlenecks in the beginning. So that's, I think, need not to worry about it.
Yeah, I know. Like it.
Yes.
See, the government has constituted a task force on national credit framework. So they have, because in India also there was not a common definition of credit. Somebody was saying 15 hours credit, 20 hours credit. So now there is a national definition of credit in India. Like in other countries also the definition of credit is different. And when AIU is giving the equivalence of foreign degrees with Indian degrees with credit mapping also, like what CATS in UK would be, what ECTS in European Union would be, what US credit would be. So in India the issue was that there was no national definition of credit, but that National Credit Framework Task Force has given a national definition of credit. It is not compulsory that every institution has to follow that, but then they can relate to that. Because I mean, it can be that this is the national definition. If you are giving less or more, you can have some fraction of that.
So that is already being done, and I'm sure that future that problem.
Yeah, one question from my side. What we are talking about in this session is, again, I'll introduce myself, Dr. G.L. Sharma, Director of Sikkim Manipal Institute. Innovative pedagogy for lifelong learning. Thing is this innovative pedagogy. The problem is this, that our teachers are not trained. When you look at the school education, there is a proper course called as B.Ed. They are taught how to go about, understanding the psychology of the students who are sitting in front of them. But when we come to university education, higher education, none of our teacher has done perhaps this kind of training or course.
What is your question? Just ask the question.
That is what
This is the problem. We are
that is what I'm saying. The question is this, that we have to now devise this, that our teacher should be trained. Because if I have an assistant professor, 1:2:6 ratio, he is just come from the university or college and does not have that kind of training. How will he be able to innovate any pedagogy? Because he doesn't know how to handle those 200 students he's touching on daily basis. This is the first thing we have to say. Otherwise, we'll keep talking innovative pedagogy, but then we are not trained. And then we'll say my teacher doesn't know. So this is what we have to make compulsory. If we have to do, maybe on a refresher course. You go abroad, all of you have gone abroad. The people, all teachers are supposed to be writing at least one paper on education, how it is to be done. This is something which has to be made, mandatory. Nothing will come without training. Some of us have just, learned on the way as we have gone along, and we are not equally good. But some structured training, you understand first the side. So the question is not there. We are discussing. I am not asking the question. I am saying how we should be going about if we have to go for this kind of thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, actually,
I will just in brief. AIO has sanctioned 10 centers in our Indian universities for faculty development, which will be conducting different kind of trainings, so that you need not to worry, because teachers training is first to implementing. Your question is very important. Take that in advance. AIU has sanctioned 2 lakhs rupees to each center, and they will be conducting at least 10 such training program in India. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to add on in a very humble submission. My personal experience, we became lecturers at a very young age. I was hardly 21. But sir, we were being not trained, but we were trained. And which is the ecosystem and the culture of the university which matters. We were initially being taken to the laboratories along with the senior professors. And we were being trained to interact with them along with to see how they are using the classroom. In the education system in the private, most of including MIT, where I was a vice chancellor, and here in Royal also, we do not appoint any young teacher without 3 things. One is that they have to give a presentation before the interview. They are being checked by the psychologist and the English or communicative teacher as well as subject experts. Once they clear that standard, then they are allowed to come to the next level. So at the very beginning, we see the basic quality of a teacher. So that is probably NIT will be able to do or not, I don't know. But the private sector is quite prominent, number 1. And number 2, the component, the compulsory component of education in our university is that the junior faculty members are expected to sit in the classes of the senior faculty members to learn, which is on the job training, not necessarily going for a refresher and orientation program, and vice versa. Seniors are going and sitting in the classes of junior teachers, and gradually that ecosystem become very productive. This is my personal experience, a humble suggestion, no answer to your question, but depends. We are very happy the way it is going on, and AIU has complemented, even sent our teachers to the refresher also.
Okay, maximum discussion has been done in this session. So finally, I thank all of you for your time. And the goal, of this session was to even encourage the individuals, also the academicians, to think in that direction. And we are all the academicians. We will find out the way how to even interact our faculty members. Some may have the knowledge, some don't have the knowledge. So also even conduction of the training and other things. We can even encourage our faculty members. In the last, I would like to even thank all the three presenters for their nice presentation, and also would like to thank the chairman of the AIU and secretary of the AIU, along with the vice chairman of the school for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks to the chair also.
I on behalf of the like to thank Professor Prabhakar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Chairman. I also thank you for your discussion and active role. I'd also like to thank our speakers, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University, Professor Dr. S.P. Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Assam Rural University, Burmese, Assam, Mr. Jeff K. Okarama, University, USA. Thank you for presenting such an informative education and education talk. Your valuable insights are constructive for our members of your reading dimension of conservation management. Thank you to everyone who sent here. Thank you for your unwavering attention and active participation throughout the session. During the session after a short break, everyone is requested to be seated on the
We will not have tea break.
So we shall proceed to the next technical session. May I request Rohini ma'am to come to the dais?
Sign out where
Now we shall begin with our technical questions. In this session, there will be demonstrations on how to make the best use of blended learning and HDI. Most appropriate methodology and technology of blended learning is the best practices in blended learning adopted by HDI and ladies and gentlemen, I now take the stage. Our esteemed chairperson for this session, Chancellor of Especially Dr. Sciences, Dr. Mark served the various capacities for 33 years in the area of teaching security and sponsorship. The whole sessions are told Vice Chancellor of PTU, Professor, Principal, and Director of Ontario University. He has served as an advisor to various educational institutions and technical consultant for industrial organizations. We welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to welcome our speaker of the session, Dr. Bashir Ahmed Sarkar. Dr. Bashir Ahmed Sarkar, the Director of Commonwealth Media Communication Center, CMCA, writes that Commonwealth served Canada as a skilled advisor to some program initiatives, skilled to work to impart employment and job ready skills among the people of Commonwealth, collaboration with national government and local organizations. We welcome you, sir. I heartily welcome our next speaker of the session, Professor K. Srinivas. Professor K. Srinivas is the head of ICT and Project Management, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIDP, a Government of India Ministry of Education institution in New Delhi. Professor K. Srinivas holds a PhD degree in computer science and has been open source and technology learning, teaching, learning, and student evaluation since 1990, both as graduate and postgraduate level. We welcome you, sir. I also take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker of the session, Professor Dr. Nurpati Chakrabarty. Dr. Nurpati Chakrabarty is currently the Vice Chancellor of Sikkim University, Kolkata. Professor Chakrabarty is a scientist and academic par excellence. He was the founder and Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Kolkata. We welcome you, sir. I now introduce our next speaker of the session, Professor Marmar Mukherjee. Professor Marmar Mukherjee is Chairman of Educational Technology Management Association, ETMA Council, and a member of ETMA Trust. Formerly, he was the Professor and Director of NIDP and Chairman of the National Institute of Open Schooling, Versprad National Open School. We welcome you, sir. I now request the Chairperson, Dr. V. Ajit Kumar, to kindly address our deep session.
Namaskar, good evening. Honorable President of Association of Indian Universities, Professor Suranjan Das, sir. Professor K.P. Kaushik, sir, Honorable Chancellor of Sikkim University. Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mehta, Secretary, General AIU Madam, Vice Chancellor Dr. Jagannath Patnaik of Sikkim University, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, Vice President of AIU and PC of USTM University, Meghalaya, respected Vice Chancellors, faculty members of the University. On the outset, let me congratulate the leaders of Association of Indian Universities and ICFA University, Association of Indian Universities and ICFA University for having organized such a wonderful function and a good gathering here. And let me thank the Association of Indian University leading team for having invited me for chairing this session. I am representing Ethics Professional University, which we highlight as the first Indian Metaphysics University of India. Government of India, in its initiative of National Education Policy, as a part of that, the introduction of Indian Knowledge System, they had invited proposals of setting up Center of Excellence, and among the 180 applications, we have been selected for setting up a Center of Excellence in the 12 selected universities in India. I'm very proud to be standing here, and we have been granted to set up the Center of Excellence for
Indian psychology under Indian knowledge system. And I feel proud to inform that here. Now, going to the today's topic of blended learning. The word blended learning itself goes with the meaning, with its meaning learning, as we all have been registered, of how do we learn, how do we teach, the classroom, the talk system, the face-to-face teacher teaching us. So there has to be an interface between the electronic learning system and the conventional one. Here, this interface, as I go with the statement of Honorable Chancellor of ICFA University, was stating in the morning that let it be a slow process. Of course, we have been on a war foot implementing this on some extent in the pandemic period. We were forced to do that, but of course, it has to be on a slow pace. So here, the blended learning has various steps. It has its own challenges. The learning process itself has the quality of gathering the content, the method how it has been gathered, the way of delivering it, the extent to which it has been imbibed, and the assessment of imbibing. And in the imbibing itself, there are various areas of the student categorization of some are good in visualizing and learning, some are good in hearing and learning. So there are various categories of students also comes into the picture. So here, later, finally, all said and done, the learning is for the outcomes, the reproduction of that, how far they are able to do that. All these, the electronic media coming into the show in all these areas will be deliberated and discussed by our eminent speakers today. And what are the types of blended learning? What are the challenges in that? What are the advantages, benefits? And of course, all said and done, we are in the era of robotics where the doctors sit and the robots do the surgery. And we need to go fast. But how fast? How does the mix happen? There are various types of blended learning. How does the mix happen? How fast it should happen, and how the different category of the students are to be blended along with this. So this is the challenge we have. Of course, the panel of speakers will go into that. Let me invite them for the deliberation, and I think I'll inaugurate first Professor Dr. Dibajyoti Chattopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, Sister Nivedita, University, Kolkata, on online. I think. Okay, sorry. So, Professor Marmar Mukhopadhyay, former Director NIEPA, sir, is online. So I invite you, sir, please start your sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I'm very happy to be here, though from a distance, missing the beautiful state of Sikkim, particularly Gangtok. Professor Ajit Kumar, Professor Dhrubajyoti Chattopadhyay, Dr. Sadraj, my old colleague, Dr. Srinivas, Vice Chancellor, ICFA University. When I heard ICFA, first thing I remembered was that ICFA had published a book of mine on leadership. Distinguished scholar, Vice Chancellors, President and Secretary General of AIU, especially Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Dr. Ama Pani, and the entire staff. And the Chancellor and Vice Chancellor of the host ICFA University for putting up such a big, difficult work at your hand. I'll first pick up 2 or 3 statements and then I go to the issue of policy. Firstly, blended learning is not something new. When a student listens to the lecture, takes note, goes to the library, read books, takes note again, discusses with students, prepare the final version of their note for examination. This is basically blending. This is blending of offline learning tactics. In my own research, I have been able to identify 72 learning tactics that we, the human beings, use for learning. The technology has changed the definition, and very often the definition is said mixture of online and offline tactics, but this is actually not so. In the morning, Professor Kashyap made a very important statement about pedagogy. He cautioned, he did not say this pedagogy is not necessary. The caution is that if I put on a specs, it is supposed to make my vision clear. But I put up a wrong numbered specs, it will make my vision more blurred. The problem is we do not adjust, or we cannot adjust our instructional strategy with 4 types of learners. When you lecture, it provides support to only auditory learners, leaving aside the visual learners, kinesthetic learner, and what we call read and write learner. If you look at Fleming's learner typology, then we'll figure out that actually speaking, we are not being able to relate to the learners. Blended learning.
Can you hold for some time?
Yes.
There's some technical issues.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay. Thank you. Similarly, for example, Professor Suranjan Das made another very important statement. And that is, when we talk of blended learning, we derive the blended learning, science of blended learning from science of constructivism, constructionist approach, connectivism, and self-regulated learning. The first shift is from what we call direct instruction. In the direct instruction, this is exactly what we do, is direct instruction. And direct instruction feeds only the learners who can pick up from the. Now, given this situation, what is important is how to fix. Blended learning is not just mix up anything, it is a chemical reaction or chemical mixture and not a physical mixture. Because how the learning happens, if you look at Bruner's model of knowledge attainment, then the issue is how do you go to the knowledge attainment? And more importantly, when we talk of knowledge attainment, we think that is the last. No. If you put on Robert Kozma's model, basic education, acquiring learning, acquiring education or knowledge, deepening knowledge, and finally creating knowledge. If you look at our system at the moment, its fundamental problem is it follows basic education model, which is the primary model of giving knowledge. Blended learning shifts from there. It starts with acquiring knowledge and what we call discussion forum and all those kind of technology, where people start interacting with each other, that deepens knowledge. Similarly, when the mentoring is done, a very good example is the TELMOOC program of Athabasca University in collaboration with Commonwealth Learning. It's completely free. I very much appreciate the intervention made in the previous session. I'll encourage university teachers who are interested, why don't you take the TELMOOC program? It's free. There's no cost about it. Coming to the question of educational or blended learning policy, the whole question is that blended learning word is strewn all over the policy document in higher education, school education. And blended learning is by far the best form of technology integrated education or technology integrated learning. Now the question is, why we need a policy? Policy is needed so that we can put together all those blended learning statements that are strewn all over into a kind of systematic framework. Blended learning, its definition is changing. It's a purposeful blending of a chosen set of offline and online tactics Importantly, set in a learning design for happy engagement resulting into improved learning outcome in higher education. To make it blended learning, very often we say, well, for example, when the COVID was there, many people told me that we are doing online education. It was not online education. It's called a kind of response which is born out of certain exigencies. Every learning must have a kind of instruction design. That instruction design very often is missing, and one of the speakers in the previous talked about training of teachers, higher education teachers. I think there's enough opportunity for higher education teachers not to be trained by others, but adopt self-regulated learning tactics. Given the situation that we have run a lot of out of time, I'll shorten my presentation into a few slides only. Policy goals are achieve 50% GER by 2035. If you look at universities' capacity, it's not possible. So we need to have some other way out. Improve the quality for global comparability and internationalization. Increase the graduation rate. This is another important point. Very often, when we discard science of human learning, we do not realize, we look at the success cases, but we don't see how many people dropped out, not because of themselves, but because of the education system. Out of 100 children admitted in grade 1, only 20 get the higher secondary certification, 80 gets lost. We celebrate 20, but we don't remorse on the 80 who got lost on the way. And I hope you'll remember that Rabindranath, Einstein could not cope with schooling. They are not, sort of intelligence, but schooling was sort of intelligence. That's a big problem which we need to realize. Graduate population at the moment in the country is only about 5%. Improve student engagement to improve learning outcomes, and blended learning by all evidence of research, which I have given in my paper which has been circulated to you. It improves engagement of learning. And in the previous slide, there was a very interesting thing which is mentioned by my previous speaker, that they get too engaged and ignore teachers. To me, that is not limitation, that's the advantage. Because if you look at Martin Seligman's work, pleasure, engagement, transformation. When you listen to a lecture, it's only pleasure. Research evidence is 10% is the realized learning out of lectures. But the moment students start engaging themselves, their learning goes up and they get transformed in terms of their learning cognitive construct. Help students take onus of learning to evolve as a self-regulated learner. Help students achieve higher order learning. Help teachers. Now, these are the policy goals, and fortunately, all these policy goals are fairly achievable through blended learning based on the research that we have been able to find. Now, question is, why do we need a policy? As I mentioned, blended learning recommendations are strewn all over the policy. But if we can construct a national policy on blended learning in higher education, that will help in bringing commitment and some kind of internal compulsion for all stakeholders to adopt the innovative approach, to improve the quality of education and enhance students' learning outcomes. One policy for common denominator for minimum quality of higher education. AIU, which is supposed to give the equivalence to the universities, it will be necessary for the universities to prove that they are actually equivalent. And that is not only on curriculum, but is also on the transaction and standard of achievement, standard of examination, what we call assessment framework. I'll suggest two policy statements only for your consideration. all higher education institutions will adopt blended learning in all certificates, diploma, undergraduate, postgraduate courses, and other such courses offered. Second, which is already Government of India has done, but I'm just putting it together again. All higher education students will earn 40% of credits through online education. This is what this SWAYAM is, it has been talked about there, UGC's guideline. So basically, whether it's a 40-60 or it is different will depend upon the university. Here I am not going to talk, but in my note it is there. There are 6 models of blended learning. One is called face-to-face driver model, and the other end is the online driver model. This is a projection and very scientific projection that by 2050, 90% undergraduate students will opt for online education. Now, question is, we need to get ready. Today is 40%, but if this flexibility is there, that minimum 40%, but you can take whatever you want to do. Whenever we talk of any policy, this policy is also necessary to feed into what we call theory of change. For example, when you say 50% GER, that's the target set. So theory of change is how do you reach there? Similarly, when you talk about that all universities will adopt blended learning for all its courses and programs. So that is the beginning of theory of change. How does it happen? Every higher education institution will develop institutional readiness for adopting blended learning. That would require ICT infrastructure. There will be adequate financial support.
Try to wind up in 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All teachers will be equipped with knowledge and science of human learning. Every higher education institution and teacher will choose a blended model to suit the context. As I mentioned, there are about 6 models. And there are enabling policies, which is there on my note. You can have a look at that so that I don't take your time. Blended learning is the appropriate response for achieving the policy vision and developing globally employable graduates and Indian thought leaders in research and innovations. Teachers have come up with a lot of resilience, particularly what I often say that some of us who have been promoting, propagating, writing on educational technology and etc., we failed. 30 years we could not teach, but COVID could teach in 2 years under compulsion. So sometime power coercion, which Benes, Bene and Chin talked about as a model of change, is important. I think somewhere policy is necessary to bring in both commitment and self-imposed compulsion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Marma. It was an excellent deliberation. As you were rightly pointing out, the definition of blended learning is changing every other day. And of course, on pandemic, we were not, it was only exigency management. We were not implementing blended learning. And it has, of course, to be on a program manner. The differences was listening and engaging. The students were only listening earlier, and later, when it becomes blended learning, it becomes engaging. So we certainly take your valuable suggestion of higher education institutions to implement the credits on online education. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Next, for today's technical session, I would invite Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shadrak, Director, CMCA. Sorry, Professor K. Srinivas, NIEPA, for the next session.
Good evening to all. The chairperson and honorable Madam and honorable Rama Madam, and of course all the academic leaders attending this wonderful 2 days Eastern Zone workshop. It happened that am I audible? I'm audible. Yeah. So almost 3 years back, I had a chance to share my idea on the same theme in the Eastern Zone, which was done in happened. Before I should start my session, 2 important points I just want to present. I am here in this wonderful place again to conduct a focused, outcome-based, hands-on based faculty development workshop for the Sikkim University faculty. Around 75 faculty members are attending. Today is the second day. The second important point, it's on the blended learning. Okay, the same the theme which I just want to flag some of the issues, not all of them, because I feel hardware is important, software is important. I'm more concerned about the human way, because we have so many faculty members. Because I'm almost like from my institutional point of view, I have been associated with so many initiatives of the government of India. Especially one such thing, probably you may be knowing it, it's on the public domain. University Grants Commission has constituted a committee on developing the implementation strategies about the blended mode of teaching. I am one of the members of the committee. The draft document consisting of around 65 to 70 pages, a practically implementable document, it was there in the public domain, and you can also have a look. So the point which I just want to, because last session, many of the faculty members are asking, the academic leaders are talking about the faculty training, absolutely. But the question comes, where to start? Where to start? Then what type of training need to be imparted? Different levels. So I think this is where I am going to talk about a few important aspects here. Before I should throw some light on the presentation which I'm going to share it with you. Last week, I was invited for a institution of national importance, one institution, for an academic council meeting. After the academic council meeting, a few interesting discussions were happened. I still feel, even I'm talking about the first week of December. The discussions are that can you find out a faculty member who is a good subject expert, who has an exposure to the latest innovative pedagogical approaches, having digital skills, having passion, patience, and perseverance. And the last point, which the Honorable Vice Chancellor asked me, sir, we are looking for a faculty member because that institution is having 3.26 and above, the NAAC score. They are going to start some online courses, short-term online courses, MOOC courses, and online and distant learning courses. So this is that you are training the faculty in Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya programs, ACT adult programs, and UGC HRDC faculty induction program. Can you find out? Friends, I'm sorry to say, I was stopped there. I said, let me find out if I could able to get some good people. So what is important here is, before the corona, we have 3 interesting teaching learning options, like conventional classroom teaching, and some institutions have started the online courses, and some institutions have already started, as per the Government of India guidelines, the MOOC courses. But the question is, because I'm also one of the member of the team whose job is to train the faculty members whose courses are approved in this way. So the point what after the corona, I think when the corona started, 3 more issues flagged up. The first one is the online classes. Okay. The second one, as per the NEP guidelines, the blended mode of teaching, for which I mentioned you, the UGC committee has constituted and a draft has been shared with them, the concept paper. offer the courses in online mode. To do all of these things, we require a teacher who is passionate enough and who is a good subject expert, and you must be trying. And the question comes, what are the things to be trying? So my first and foremost take here is, because this is the paucity of the time, I'm not going detail, but this presentation I shared with the organizers and they will share it with you. So the public domain, that's not a problem as such. The first and foremost thing is, they're all subject experts. The first and foremost thing, instead of talking about only theoretical aspects of blended mode of teaching, show them how to be working. That's what this workshop will be. We planned 3 workshops in Northeastern region. One in here, and the next month in the RGV, Rajiv Gandhi University in Itanagar, and third one in the Nehru. The point what I'm trying to say, it should be a focused workshop. It should be a hands-on workshop. It should be an outcome-based workshop. And what are the issues to be focused there? First of all, give a brief introduction about what is the blended mode of teaching. It's a blending of the teaching learning experiences, not cutting the cake into 2 parts. Number 1. And we have a lot of excellence in the conventional classroom teaching. But when we are facilitating the learning of the learners beyond the classroom and schedule, are we going to connect these 2 things? I think one of the speakers, somebody referred about the discussion forum. How many of us are aware of the Jamboard? A wonderful collaborative learning tool, concept board, and very easy to use desktop content development tools, formative assessment tools, summative assessment tools. So these things are already prepared there. But my take again, I'm telling you, because unless and until, so there are 2 levels. The academic leaders need to be oriented to what type of direction they can give, because of your direction only things can happen. Then the faculty members. I'll tell you one interesting thing for the workshop I conduct in IPA, which is having 2 important components. One, the workshop is of 6 days. Every day there are 4 sessions. Every session there are 4 components, covering lecture, discussion, demonstration, and the hands-on. And that's not the end of the workshop. After the 6 days, every faculty attending the workshop will be given a task which they have to submit in 2 levels. What is their overall planning of learning the contents? Second, and implementation strategies with a valid proof of evidence. To complete this, we are providing a 30 days extended hand-holding for them. So many times I used to request the people who are asking me to conduct the workshop, can your faculty spend 40 days with me? Then we will see that how these things can happen. So it's a blending of the teaching learning experiences. So if you, the platform is a live platform, which I have been using for the last 15 years with a 0 costing. And I am using this platform for orienting the faculty members in the refresher-oriented Gurudakshita programs and many other universities. Plus, my students are also very much over there. One of the simple quotes I wish to bring to your kind attention. Whatever the material which is looking on the screen, I follow this 4-quadrant approach as Swayam is doing. But what is important here is how the student should follow these lessons. And the purpose should be clear, outcomes should be clear. Once we have these 2 things and give them a practical, real-time, simple, easy to use the tools, the things can happen. And thanks to the Corona taught us many things. And who to teach, what to teach, what extent to teach. So if you can able to mix these 2 things in the name of the blended mode of teaching, I found recently in one of the private universities they invited. They put everything in their learning management system, but the teacher is teaching as the way he is being doing the class. The point is that they are not aware. I think our job is to create the awareness. Awareness should be done in theoretical as well as the practical. Next. A few things. So next. So what NEP said, we have been discussing a lot for the last day, and of course we'll be doing for another 2 days. To make the process of learning impactful, engaging, interesting, and challenging for the learner. The question comes, what extent the role of technology and technology-mediated processes will help in this regard? But I must tell you, friends, technology is not a magic wand. The teacher who is really happening. So we need to sensitize, we need to motivate. Next, we need to engage. Look at the childhood riddle. Tell me, I will forget. Show me, I may remember. Involve me, I will understand. I think whatever the blended mode of teaching which is prevailed there, like UGC document is already there. Let's start making this one in a practical, implementable manner. How to design a blended learning course? What are the specific competencies the teachers must have? How to develop the course content? Again, there's a big first approach to content creation. Enough content is already there. What is important here is how to make the content interactive. Already, I'm part of one of the team with IIT Mumbai has played. They call it as learner-centric model. So how to bring the learner centricity? And you know, when videos are running 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, people get disengaged. And ask the question, pausing the video, making it interesting, connecting to the discussion forum, then have the activities and assessment. It may be gamification. It may be anything else. And what is important for me, very clear here, it's the engagement of the learner matters. Motivation of the learner matters. And engagement, motivation, encouragement of the learner matters. Because, you know, somebody said very nicely, yes, language. And many times, you know, I was forced to speak in 4 languages since I speak in 6 languages. People say, sir, batao, Hindi mein batao, Telugu mein bhi batao, Tamil mein bhi batao. The reason I'm saying, 10 years back, when we are conducting this kind of programs, people are not at all interested. Now let's show on the screen how it exactly should be done. So to conclude, I have to say a lot of things, but to conclude, one small thing I say, technology, next. Technology will not replace the great teachers. But technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. And of course, what are the issues and challenges are there? Faculty started thinking that, you know, their jobs can go off, this one, that one, all sort of things. But the problem point is that as an academic leaders, how can we drive them? And one of the easiest implementable policy in our NEP is the blended mode of teaching. Provide it focused, outcome-based, hands-on-based workshop for the faculty, and give them a task, encourage them. No big gadgets are required. No many things are required here. Whatever the existing infrastructure they can have, they can do it. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Srinivas. That's very point-based deliberation. Teachers to be trained to be narrative and capable of explaining it. Teachers to be oriented with the tools. The learner to be motivated and encouraged. The technology in the hands of teachers can make wonders. Thank you, Professor Srinivas. We'll just move on to the next speaker, Dr. Bashir Ahmed Shadak, Director, SCMCA. Please, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Pull up my slide. That's not my. my gratitude to the AAU leadership for conceptualizing. Can you make it up on screen?
Yes. Few seconds.
Conceptualizing this wonderful event, leading to the entire year-long consultations, vice chancellors of 5 schools, graduations, and very beautifully linked up the theme with the national agenda. So that's remarkable. I must also acknowledge the wonderful hospitality provided by the city. It's phenomenal. Deployed all their faculty members to receive us and to take care of our needs. And what is very interesting is the medical desk is operational there. And I had a headache last night when I went to the reception. The hotel didn't have it signed off, but the ICFA University had. So that's something that we all. Pedagogies and use of technologies for transformation higher education, transformation higher education theme. And I've been asked to be part of this session on blended learning, where the focus is on institutional policy and capacity. And it very well fits within the mandate of my organization. As you can see, Director of SEMCA, Commonwealth Educational Media Center, which is a part of Commonwealth Canada. For those who do not know Commonwealth of Learning, Professor Singh was the last session. The last session, Professor Singh was very emphatic in terms of telling that we need to engage in a blended way the audience. And Commonwealth of Learning was introduced in 1987 thanks to the visionary leadership of the Commonwealth Heads of Governments. In 1984, much before they all came to Paris, Commonwealth of Heads of States, represented by at that time Shri Rajiv Gandhi, declared that Vancouver, there should be an institution created solely for open distance learning. So we are present since 1987, hosted by the Canadian government, which is one of the 3 Commonwealth institutions, the only institution outside London, which works in 56 Commonwealth countries today. Unlike UNESCO, which works in 200 plus countries, our mandate is covering Commonwealth countries. And later in 1994, Government of India chose to host the Asian Center. So we are hosted by the Government of India. And many of you may not know which institution they belong to Commonwealth Learning. I want to say a few words about it. It's the one and the only organization globally working in terms of promoting open online distance technology enabled flexible and blended practices. And since 1987, and really quite successful. We were confined for the last 3 decades, working with open schooling system, school, the likes and countries. But interestingly, the national education policy opens a big door for us, not just to working with open universities, but also working with traditional systems. So we have 3 pathways. We work in policy level, we work towards building capacity of institutions that would wish to go blended, and we also enable universal institutions to create forces that would lead to employability of possible. So what does the national education policy say? We have all been talking about it, but I wanted to highlight a few points here. Institutions, all the vice chancellors and directors representing universities, you can run ODL and online. Nobody will stop you. Blended mode will be preferred, technology to be honest.
we are not going to escape from this phenomenon. Online education to be blended with experimental and activity-based learning. This is something that any face-to-face institution never very deeply got involved in. Now we are expected to do. Multidisciplinary institution, most of us are, can offer integrated programs in blended, which means you can allow them to audit certain things online when they access face-to-face programs. And we know about exit and entry options, micro-credentials, academic backup credits, learner-centered approach. All these are leading to blended. I may not exaggerate by saying NEP 2020 is all about blended. Nothing else is blended to stop. If you haven't really digested and internalized NEP 2020, let me say this, it's all about blended. There's no distinction between academic or vocational streams, no distinction between open, online, or face-to-face mode, no distinction between private and public, no distinction between deemed to be or everyone will go blended. And you cannot survive with face-to-face alone. Friends, you cannot survive. And you need to have somewhere something blended in your practice. Not only you, the schools are actually the future. Schools right from 6th standard onwards and more so from 9th standard onwards would take 3 parts of learning. Every learner would take 3 parts of self-learning, classroom learning, only 50% of the learning engaging, but also online collaborative learning. So it's going to be interesting a field. Every school has to have online collaborative facilitation. And every grade, in every grade you have to have at least one vocational course taken. This is not a joke. From 6th standard onwards, you have to take one vocational course to be able to receive a certificate as you graduate. 10th standard, 12th standard, so on. So there is a foundation put in place. So the higher education institutional heads, as you are today, do not have to worry. You are only going to follow suit. You are just going to follow suit. So be prepared for that. And discipline-based registration is going to be 50%. You're going to allow students to take at least 50% from your own anchor institution, and they can window shop. They will go around and window shop and pick up 25% of their courses from other universities, other sectors. This morning, Professor Sharma was mentioning, put out 10 MOOCs out there. If every institution puts out 10 MOOCs, there's 100,000 courses to window shop. Now, internationalization and global providers are not going to be threat. It's not just bringing students into the country from outside. It's going to be a great collaboration. This morning, somebody mentioned about international faculty members being vetted in the system. This is an important thing. But we are no longer seeing the Coursera's, Udemy's, and Udacity's, DDX as competitors. They are collaborators. Everyone has been signing. And we have seen in the last, ever since NEP 2020 has been announced, we have seen a barrage of institutions from a variety of countries, UK, Australia, elsewhere, coming in for collaboration. Next slide, please. So I want to introduce Commonwealth of Learning context of internationalization, collaboration, and I want to introduce Commonwealth of Learning work. I mentioned that we work in 3 pathways. First, we work in policy. And Professor Manmohan Mukhopadhyay earlier mentioned about the national policy, something that we can all consider for education. This slide is important for many of you as vice chancellors, that apart from the national blended learning policy, we support developing
institutional level for technology-enabled learning for education sources, blended learning. So if you are interested in partnering with SENCA, please do reach out to us. We can help you to put out your own institutional paths. The second activity that we are engaged in, which we are opening up to all the traditional universities and colleges, is staff training and capacity, technology-enabled learning, creating open education resources, creating open education policy, practice, and also implementing practices. We also support institutions in post-development, particularly MOOCs and micro. So if your faculty members do not have the capacity and necessary know-how, we can help you. Send out experts to help you. Exactly similar to what Dr. Srini was mentioning, representing E5 is here, training 3 different institutions. We do it for hundreds of groups. Finally, we also provide support to those who do not have learning management systems or do not have institutional repositories to hold your content and also make it available to students and teachers. So we provide Moodle instructions, we provide piece-based instructions, and so on. So I want to introduce 4 different products to you. The first is the course that we are launching on 15th of January 2023. So, Vice Chancellors, if your faculty members do not know anything about blended learning, this is a free course. They can sign up. They learn all about blended learning, right from the introduction to theories to practice to technologies that can help. Next slide, please. We have a guide to blended learning, which you could download for free, and you could use it as a guideline, as a checklist. We also have an institutional review tool for blended learning, which you could use again as a checklist. Next slide, please. Finally, I have some copies of this document, which was authored by Professor Kabalia, who spoke a little while ago. This provides you a template. If you want to have an institutional level policy on blended learning, there is a template available. You need to simply follow the template, create your policy, which would enable you to actually implement blended practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. Here are valuable observations regarding the NEPs filled with blended learning. So institutions just have to implement perfectly the NEP directions. You will reach the blended learning platform. And in addition, he has been mentioning about certain courses, which would certainly be a good tool for the institutions. So here we end up the deliberations. And I would invite any questions regarding any of the areas of deliberations we had so far, please.
On the basis of lectures given in this session and in connection with the informal chat held yesterday evening, I'd like to mention one thing that we have experience in blended mode during the Corona period that when our educational institutions used to impart teaching to our students through online mode, it was observed that even after that, it was observed that some students they just opt their put of their video and audio, and they are not in front of the system, and they are in some other places avoiding the system, which is not possible in case of face-to-face learning. My point is that side by side implementing the blended mode of education and the learning methodologies, all these things that have been discussed today, it is also required to frame our syllabus, to change our syllabus content to some extent also, so that students present in front of the technology-driven system, they should be there, and they should be there so that content requires. So content should be prepared in such a manner that students or learners will not be away from the system of these blended mode instruments. That is the submission. Thank you very much.
Any more questions, please? It is completely understood, and we will continue this.
If nobody else, then I will come on. Lead Dr. G.L. Sharma. Blended learning, actually another advantage of this would be, means there are a lot of research happening in each and every topic. And in a particular university or college, you have a teacher who is trained to a certain extent. I think if it can also be adopted as one module in a course, say that you have 4 modules, 5 modules. One of the modules is basically online learning. What is the latest in, this is basically putting our teachers also into this kind of zone that you have to, do this. In the process, they also learn from what is happening elsewhere. Along with that, our students are also, learning. And in any case, very well, means what has come in NDP that 40% we can as such go on MOOC courses from the existing content only. Out of 6 subjects, maybe 2 could be online. So this is my another, I think, take on this for blended learning. Yep.
Thank you very much. So, please. Could I first thank the panel for the excellent deliberations? And of course, we have to go into a blended sort of the thing. But I would like to add a caveat. The caveat is blended learning can be successful only when we ensure that there does not remain a digital divide in the society. That is of crucial significance. Because I come from West Bengal and my university is one of the top 10 in the country. You will be surprised to know that there is 40% of my students not access to online education. So as we go in for digital learning, as we advocate the importance of blended mode, I think we should also try to impress upon the government that eradication of digital divide is a sine qua non of the success of blended learning. Great observation, sir. So I think it's time we conclude. No doubt, blended learning is the need of the hour, as it has been deliberated all the time. Of course, it's a delicate issue. It is with dealing with the human minds and intellect. The diversified delivering hands and the diversified receiving hands needs to be extensively trained, which will make the blending process a cakewalk, painless, passion-filled, and enjoyable. It's not very far the day to come where, like we say, NAAC accredited, so blended learning introduced to university. Let me thank the leaders of Association Indian University and the ICFI University for having provided me such a opportunity to chair the session. I also thank the panel members for making very scholarly presentation in this evening. Thank you very much.
I would like to request Lieutenant General Rajan S. Grewal, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sikkim Manipal University, to felicitate our esteemed chairperson, Dr. V. Ajit Kumar, and our speakers for the session, Dr. Basir Ahmed Sadr, and Professor K. Srinivas with a khada and token of respect. On behalf of the AI University, I thank all the speakers for a very fruitful session. The session was very informative as technological advancements are current need of the hour. I would like to inform everyone that we are hosting a cultural program at 7 p.m. at the Mayfair Courtyard. I request all to grace us with your presence to make this event a success. Thank you, everyone. Tomorrow's session will begin at 9:30 a.m. I request all to be present.